Hello. Good morning. Check. Hello. Yeah. Okay, it's working. Welcome everybody to, okay, let me recall, when did we launch Meta Refresh? 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, no, 17, 18. This is the sixth edition of Meta Refresh. Meta Refresh has been the most interesting brand at Hasgeek. Those of you who are familiar, JS4, Meta Refresh, Fifth Elephant, a lot of these other conferences are run by the parent company Hasgeek. For us, when we launched Meta Refresh in 2012, the idea was that the web was developing so fast, and how do you kind of help individuals do a complete paradigm shift? Because if you come from a print paradigm, that doesn't work for the web. And I think over the years, Meta Refresh has evolved in fairly interesting ways, but also very challenging ways. One of them essentially being that there is a gap between designers and developers, and I'm sure that those of you sitting in the room will have a lot of points of contentions to raise to this. And I think over the years, what we've tried to do with Meta Refresh is to understand how to bridge the gap. I think by the fifth or sixth edition, we realized that we can't play Jesus Christ in this situation because the gap is there. It's fairly entrenched, and this requires a completely different approach to think about how to now talk to designers and how to talk to developers. Whether this is done individually, whether this is done collectively, that's still open for debate. Having said that, we decided to bring the brand back in 2018, primarily because we recognize that there's a real need in terms of learning and in terms of experience sharing among people doing design from the programming perspective, doing design from the design perspective, and doing design from the product perspective. And with this recognition, one of the commitments that we made internally is that we want to now turn this into a learning program which is available round the year to people, and that there are various kinds of things happening under Meta Refresh, which also then means that Meta Refresh as a name itself needs to kind of change. And so this conference is a nice way to get suggestions from the community in terms of what we should call this going forward. So if you have suggestions, we'll keep a suggestion box outside and you can drop your suggestions in terms of how we can rename the brand. And hopefully the next 2 or 3 months, as the brand undergoes renaming, this community will be responsible for the rebranding altogether. On that note, I have two special vote of thanks to give. I think one is to my colleague Abhishek and to Tejas, who's speaking here, for insisting that we rethink of bringing Meta Refresh back and reapproach this from building the community, which is really what we are going to now invest ourselves into doing. So I'm very glad for both these people to be very pushy and to make sure that this happens, for the good or for the worst. So in that case, they'll be my partners in crime. The other vote of thanks is to Hasgeek's founder Kiran Jonalgada and to people like Nakul Shinoy, who have been pushing us to think in the direction of how to serve the community better and better. So many thanks to all of you for helping us to always think outside of the box and to constantly be very aware and to keep our ear to the ground with respect to what the community's needs are. On that note, I think I will stop talking and I'm going to let the speakers take over. As usual, we have feedback forms here. Please do turn in your feedback and suggestions. And like we said, we want to rethink about renaming this brand. So if you have good ideas and if you have not so good ideas, every idea is welcome. We'll put a suggestion box outside. So please do turn in your suggestions. On that note, I hope you have a very good conference. And thank you to all the speakers for making this happen today.
So, is it fine? Yeah. So, good morning, one and all. We have Nakul here, who will be sharing his viewpoints on UX and UI with all of us. So, Nakul.
Thank you. Good morning. Am I audible? Awesome. Um, I'll just wait for people to settle in. As they do that, just for me to get a quick feel, how many of you think of yourselves as coders? Awesomeness. How many of you think yourself as designers? And how many of you think yourself as both? Awesome. Thank you. It's my pleasure and honor to be presenting the opening keynote at what I think is a fabulous event. And so I am taking the unconventional approach. I'm sort of sharing what I think or my perspective on what I believe user experience to be. So I might go into areas that are not normal, but at the end of it, I think we will all find a connect. Okay. So welcome to my world, a world which is filled of words. Uh, every, I mean, I got into this world in '99, and it felt like half the business was in the business of making these words. Those days, the fight was, am I an information designer or should I call myself an information architect? Today, the fight is more about, should I call myself a UX guy or a UI guy, or am I UX/UI? I think it doesn't really matter. What really matters is user experience. And everybody has their own meaning to user experience. Most of all, our clients, right? And somehow their understanding of user experience is quite different from how we see it. Because we look at it many a times with this whole fight of what is UX and what is UI. We go on about, no, UX is more than UI, because UX involves research, UX involves meeting people, doing a lot of things, whereas UI is basically about the screen, right? Interestingly, that's what the clients are only interested in, because the only thing they keep coming back to us is, can you put this color here? Can you move this button? Can you make the button larger? In the current company where I am consulting, or rather serving as the head of their UX team, the recent fight is what should be the color of the button. It should be orange, because people click orange, and if it's blue, they will not click it. Why? Because somewhere there are a couple of articles about why Amazon works. And I said, perhaps it's linked to the brand. The brand color is orange. Well, so we all have our own meanings and why we go around it. But I think the primary thing with UX, creating a user experience, is to keep in mind this, that we should actively, always, continuously keep learning from mistakes, from our mistakes, from past mistakes. So, we can go back to Nielsen and say frames are bad, okay, which is a joke in the community. And so we have divs and other things. But or we can basically say, okay, here's a collection of topics on which there have been others who have studied, written, designed. What can I learn from this? What is it that I can use to make my design better and my user's life easier? And which comes to, this is not user experience, right? This is a meme. I was just looking around for UX. How many of you have done a search for UX memes? Do that. I mean, if that's the one thing you take out of my session today, do that. It's fantastic. It'll take you down a rabbit hole. So that's how I found Rowan Atkinson, the Bean character. That's how I found this. But think about this. Today when we make a call, we are put on hold. And we get to hear jazz, we get to hear flute, we get to hear, oh, the latest one. Latest one? Marketing messages. Have you tried calling ICICI, one of these brands? All you get is like half the time you're thinking, okay, perhaps they do not want to answer my call because somebody in marketing says, hey, make them listen to this new jingle I have made. But let's spend a couple of minutes on this. Why do you think this came up? How many of you drive through Marathalli? Okay, that was my life. I was at SAP for a few years. I remember when the Marathalli bridge was sort of made, you would go under the bridge. Actually, first you would climb the bridge when you're going from this side, Sajapu side, and you would take a right. That caused a block. So they said, let's redesign this. They asked us to go under the bridge and take the first right. People who have done this? Okay, that dates you. And then they said, oh, this is causing a block. So now we will push you slightly further, 200 meters, take a U-turn, come back and go. Yes? How many of us done that? Okay, that times you. See? That tells you when you started traveling to Marthali. And then it's now almost all the way to ISRO and then a U-turn and back, right? Why do you think this is happening? Because we are not going back to the crux of the matter. We are looking at every problem, every design problem with a fresh eye, but not looking at the history. We are not looking at what originally caused the problem, which is where we have now got to very recently, that you again climb the flyover, take left, take a U-turn and go. Design is like this. This was people called a call center and you were put on hold and you heard that same trin, trin, trin. And you said, this is boring. So what can I do? What can I do to solve my user's problem? Let us play some music, because music is good. And then the problem originally was the wait time. The real problem of wait time was never solved. Wait time only kept increasing with more number of calls coming, and now with marketing coming, you're even wondering, do they want to solve the wait time? So perhaps the one message that you can take back is, every time you're trying to look at a UI, an interface, and in today's world, interfaces can be anything. They don't even need to be a screen. They don't need to be a button. They can be what we are doing right now, which is voice. It can be just gestures. And soon, I hope, just mind control, because I delve in that side of the world too. So if you think something, that should happen. And some of these advances in research in MIT and others are sort of delving into that area. We're not there yet. But can we, each time, look at something with a real fresh mind and do our own bit of research? I'm not saying user research. I'm not saying get people in a lab. I mean, if you can do that, great. But how many of us actually get that opportunity? I mean, for me, with nearly 2 decades in the business, I have done actual in-lab research perhaps 20% of the time. And for most of the time, my job was as a user researcher. And so that sort of is, I mean, even as much as last week, there was something and I was like, yeah, we need to do research on this. And I was like, yeah, you can do research, but for now, can I have the screen? Right? So yeah, you can do your research. That's okay. That's a tick on the Excel. You can do that. So that's where we are today. And most of what UI/UX is not our problem. It's the problem of the industry. It's the hiring problem. I was speaking to a group of HR professionals yesterday, and that's exactly what I was speaking to some of them. And companies don't know what kind of a role to hire. And that is where the word UI/UX comes in. If you really look at it as a practitioner, all of us, if we create any kind of interfaces, and not just saying design, I'm in coding, I'm in anything, right? If you are involved with one small chunk of creating an interface, you are a user experience guy. Because if there's a very brilliant design and it comes and the coder decides, no, this is very, very, very difficult, right? And so we will just, put a button here or a checkbox. That's it. Because that is the interface the user is finally going to interact with. So we are in this together, yeah? Every single one of us, which is why UX as such is a team. And what kind of a team? I forgot about this. These are the tools, right? Most of the times we are so caught up in the kind of tools that we are using and we are creating the interfaces in that sense. It's like planning a dinner, giving only attention to the cutlery. And so, yeah, so we are trying to create this, but none of us can create this. Because that is literally every single element to it. We can actually come up with a most wonderful experience for a user, or plan and design a wonderful experience for our user. But let's imagine this to be a shop where this wonderful shop that is inside. Once they walk in, they have the most out of the world experience and a great time. But in entering the shop, all that they're going through, including the traffic, which you have no control over, is going to impact their user experience. And yet, we claim, some of us, me included, that no, I own this small corner in this multiverse. Even when it's a dinner, even if it's a very, very well planned dinner and you got the right ingredients and you got everything in there, it's the company that matters, the kind of conversations you're having that matter. So clearly, there are a lot of things that even a restaurant cannot own, cannot control. It completely depends on what happened halfway through your session. So that sort of brings me to what I'm talking about, creating magic. Because alongside my UX side, I have been a magician. I have been performing magic almost all my life. And I try to find what is a parallel, if at all, between magic and user experience. And I mean magic. I mean magic like Copperfield flying in the air. Because when he did this, or Dynamo walking on water, this was bringing dreams live. And of course, beating death with Blaine. Blaine basically took one of the oldest effects in magic, which was catching a bullet. More than 20 magicians around the world have died performing this effect, because something that can go wrong will go wrong. And being Blaine, he wanted to still perform it in such a way that it has never ever been performed before. And yeah, he almost killed himself. But he did not, because before he actually did the televised final recording, he had gone through a process in magic known as the Holy Grail. Magic has always existed. Magic goes back 6,000 years. The first of magic performances was in the Egyptian, pyramid times, in the court of Pharaoh, Pharaoh Cheops, and the performer magician was Didi. And Didi performed one of the most phenomenal effects. He took a hen, chopped the head off, and there was a headless hen walking around, and then he put the head back, and then it was live and walking around still. Blaine, by the way, had recreated this recently on one of his televised episodes. But what is the Holy Grail? The Holy Grail is that you take anything and you look at it and go, in the field of magic, can I find a more purer way of doing this? Right? And this is mostly the method. What's making it? For the people, for the users, it's the same experience. But internally, you're going, okay, but I am using this technology for this. I'm using this method for this. Can I improve on this? Can I make it real magic? Because as magicians, we know we don't have any powers, right? Sorry if somebody here actually thought we had. But you are essentially trying to create a character that seemingly has powers. And so every time you look at something that you do, you're going, but this is not perfect. Can I reinvent this? And this is what you do. You sort of learn something, you develop on it, you try it out, you practice it, you rehearse it, you perform it in front of the people, and then you observe yourself having done it, and the cycle starts again. And the cycle keeps going and going, not just within one person, but through centuries. And the classic for that is this. Do you know what this is? It's written down there. Sawing a woman in half. This was the first time the sawing in women was performed back in 1921. Selbit got a lady, put her in a big trunk, sawed through it in a park and separated. No, sorry, didn't separate it, just sawed through it. And it was all over the world. And then some people, and more importantly, Selbit started thinking, yeah, but how do they actually know that a lady is inside it? Right? Because if you just see the picture, I have to tell you there's a lady inside it. And so came the next version, where you could see the lady's head on one side and her legs on the other. And then they did the same thing, they cut through. User experience, roughly the same. Methods getting improved, but actually, the user experience also is improving because now it's more clearer what's happening. Now people looked at this and said, yeah, that's fine. I can see the head, I know the head is sort of moving, but the leg sort of looks stiff and it's sort of, woodenish. And so they said, okay, let's remove the box. Let's just completely remove the box. And this is our own PC Soka Senior who performed this on the BBC in London. And a very interesting thing happened at that time. At the end of the show, as he had just cut his assistant, the show ran out of time. And the curtains closed, and this was live at those times, right? 56. And people thought he had just killed a person on live TV. And so that's how half his fame came from, because this went viral. Not viral in the way things go now, but the phone lines, the phone lines just went berserk. People started calling in and saying, what the heck is happening? And they had to say, no, everything is fine. This is all an act. But to see the whole act, you need to come to the theaters. And so it was a sold-out month. But really, here in this act, you are seeing the lady. You're seeing no coverings, etc. And you thought, okay, I think this is perfect. Cannot be improved. Think again. Because somebody said, all that is fine, but how do I know that she's actually cut in half? So somebody came up with the idea, okay, I will just have this, and you can see her hands are moving, you can see the legs are moving, but now you can separate it and I can walk through it. Really look back. If I can use the word interface or effect or UI, whatever that is, it's the exact same thing. It's sawing a lady in half. And this was what we thought was phenomenal until this happened. This was Copperfield, where an act seemingly goes completely wrong, and he gets cut, and the two things sort of separate. His legs are up, and this is also the first time the magician cut himself, right? Not the assistant. And they separate out, and Copperfield is sort of looking at the audience, the legs are still, and somebody from the audience screams out, "Move the legs!" And Copperfield looks, smiles, turns back, and then the legs start to move. That's such a theatrical moment, but again, that is user experience. The element of doing the unexpected and doing it slightly more at the point when the users are expecting it. Right? The element of service magic in that sense that Disney keeps talking about, even if it's about giving the child that walks into a restaurant one small 2 rupee car. It's not the 2 rupee or the 5 rupee or the 10 rupee that went into that small bubbly ball that they hand out to the kids, or a chocolate that they hand out. It's that element of unexpected gift, right? And that's what makes user experience such a challenging field, because like it or not, every single day we are trying to make magic for our users. And you thought that couldn't go forward, could you? Because then Kevin James did this. Kevin James basically got a person on stage, cut him in half, and the torso walked off. You must have seen the Chris Angel version of this, of the same tosser sort of running around a park and freaking out people. So I don't know what the next version is going to be, but it's wonderful that cutting in half something as unimagined, because it's nothing that existed. Somebody just thought of this idea. Hey, resurrection. Like, why don't I make a theatrical version of it? And it's come till here. There are, so yeah, personally as a performer, I'm really keen on where that is headed. But as a UX person or a design person, I'm really excited about the magic that's happening in our living rooms, in our lives. The next session and others through the day are talking about some of these aspects, about how we can just talk to something, or we can just say what we want. And like I said, I hope pretty soon, just think what we want, and that will happen. Um, because most of IoT is exactly that. It's about thinking what happens in magic, what happens on a magic stage, what happens in a magic book. Uh, the buttons that Amazon created for Bolt, I think they called it, for you sort of stick them on your refrigerator and things. So if you run out of a particular thing, like washing powder, you have a button called washing powder. You just touch it. So they called it magic buttons. Where does that come from? The idea that you have the Aladdin's lamp that we had at the start. Aladdin's lamp is itself an inspiration for so many different things in Internet of Things. The element of how when we interact with magical objects, they make magic happen. And that is the element of not, that is when the interface sort of morphs into the experience itself. Because the interface starts getting invisible. Like you saw in the Magic Acts, initially there was this large, bulky interface, which was seemingly there, which by the time it reached Kevin James, it was just the person being cut in half, and the interface sort of became invisible. To me, the process I just sort of shared with you, which has been followed by magicians for over 6,000 years, of trying to imagine what does not exist and try to create it and try to create a wonderful version of it, is very well documented in the design thinking slides. Because design thinking, again, was not something that was dreamt up. The element of how do you come up with design, how do you create a design, how do you go about imagining and developing something, was captured back into a model and said, okay, this probably is one of the good models to work. It is not a holy grail. We can use it to create our own holy grails. And I think we absolutely need to, because as I keep saying, whatever it is that we do, we are in the business of creating magic for our users. So let's all create magic. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions, yes.
We can take a couple of questions for him. So, any questions, anyone? For this talk? Do we have any questions? Okay. So,
Thank you
okay,
very much.
we have one. We have
Oh.
one. We have one question there.
So during the talk, you mentioned like you asked your consultant saying, "Can I do user research?" And you get the answer like, "Yeah, you can do it, but if you get me the screen first." So how often you said no to them? Kind of like you did your user research and gave the prominent user experience. So how to handle that?
That's a very good question. I think it's completely dependent on the kind of project you're doing and the kind of screen you're building. It's not to say that every single screen we build needs user research, right? But if you're doing incremental, or if you're doing a completely reimagining of a screen or an interface or a product, user research would be very, very important. And in this particular instance, I have not delivered the screens because it requires user research. So the element of, I mean, as a designer, you would need to know when is a formal user research required for this, right? Again, when we say user research, it's a wide terminology. What are we referring to? Are we talking formative research? Are we talking in-lab research? Are we doing post validations, right? We have screens and we just want to test it on users. So that's validations. So in that element, it completely depends on you knowing very clearly what kind of inputs are required. And if you are convinced these inputs are required for me, it's, I mean, you've taken that call, and so you have to stick with it. I have been lucky because the kind of roles I've played, and perhaps also because of the kind of companies I've been associated with, research has been uh, respected. And it's always been, I mean, even in this particular one, it was like, okay, you have the mandate to do the research, but how long is that going to take? Okay, that's going to take at least 2 weeks even to, sort of set up and get people and get a report, even if we are doing everything ourselves. So is there something we can do in the interim? Now, that's a call we have to take project to project, company to company, because many a times the interim becomes permanent. That's been my fight with dev all my life, right? You give a design and they look at it and say, hey, this is all fine, this is wonderful, but right now we don't have the bandwidth, so we're just going to do this, and we'll come back to doing this screen. Now, when are they going to come back to that is an open-ended question, right? So whenever it is out of scope, I come back and ask, so out of scope, never in scope, what is it? And if it's out of scope, when is it going to be in scope? So unless you put a timeline right there when you're agreeing to sign off on that screen that the dev has given you and is going live, and I'm saying, okay, I say okay to the screen going live, and at that point you need to know when the redesign is going to come in. One of my most recent examples was I needed the screen to change from black to white. Very, 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 very difficult, right? It took me a month to finally get them to make that in scope, because the screen could just go, because also, I mean, a couple of buttons would change colors and CSS would need to be changed. For whatever reason, the earlier design went live, and then like, screen is live. What do you care? So that's the sort of a long answer to that question, because there's no silver bullet on it. Yes.
So UX, as we spoke tonight, is kind of a subjective skill as opposed to really being objective. So how do I hire a good UX guy? Because I don't want to go behind a person who claims that I am a React guy or I am a Node guy, because that is essentially like saying I know how to drive a car. What they mean is I know what a clutch is, I know what a brake is, but I really don't know how to drive it, right? So
a very, very good question and point. Isn't that how we hire everybody nowadays?
so
I mean, what you just said, I want a React guy.
no,
right?
that is actually the problem, right?
So I'm just you have your follow up, or do I take it?
Take it follow up then, because we have.
No. So yeah, okay.
all
I'm
right,
just
all right, go
wanting
ahead.
to-
Go ahead.
So earlier to the industry, things were easy. Hiring, like I said, I just had an evening with HR folks yesterday. It was, do you know Photoshop? Come. Yeah? Today they hope, do you know XD? Come. It's not that simple, is it? So how do we go about hiring? Even as design folks, it's extremely difficult for us to find a right mix, which is where that whole dichotomy of a meaningless word as UI/UX appears. I mean, go up and do a search why there is no such thing as UI UX. Because you can't have UI without it contributing to UX, and you can't have UX without UI. Right? So it's basically that. It's a surgeon saying, okay, I need somebody else to just put the, use the scalpel, and then I'll do what needs to be done afterwards. Right? So the problem there is, I think there's no easy answer. It has to be an element of trying out people, more importantly, giving people the space to learn. My way of personal speaking, again, I would not generalize this, has been to try finding people who are interested in the area, interested in learning, and doesn't matter what their backgrounds. I am not a designer. I've turned into a designer. And my personal feeling is if I could do this, anybody can, right? Because otherwise I would have been a writer, because that's what my academic backgrounds are. And not a technical writer also. Sorry if there are people. So it's essentially that. I mean, that's a good example. That's how specialized we are today. We want a technical writer, or we want a creative writer, we want a content writer, and we want a brochure writer, whatever that is. No, I just want a writer. So in this concept, I need a problem solver, right? I need a designer. Now, whether I cannot, to save my life, understand colors, so I am clearly not a visual designer. That's easy. So like I said, can you do Photoshop or can you put colors on a screen? You are a visual designer. That part is clear. But the rest of it has to be an experiential thing. You have to give those people tests or just share experiences to understand, can they solve a problem? Can they solve a design problem? First of all, can they identify a problem and then solve it? Because most of our problems today, why do half our products bomb? Because the products we design are based on the latest technology that comes out. It's like magic. Magicians for a very long time created magic around the latest technology that came out. Hey, Bluetooth is out, so let me create something where you write something and I get it here and I know I can read your mind, right? It's technology based. It will only work to the point where everybody in the audience does not know Bluetooth exists. That catches up with you. On the tech side, it's different. Blockchain. Yes, so my product is blockchain. What does it do in blockchain? I'm working on blockchain. What? I mean, my earlier assignment was this. So I said, okay, blockchain. So this is what you need to do. Oh, that's complicated. That went out of the window. So when can we stop? I mean, technology is important, but when can we say technology is magic? Technology is the silver bullet. It's not. What is the real user problem you're trying to solve? And how are you going to solve it? Based on that, see what technology maps to it. And that same thinking, it's difficult, but is the only way I can answer, a real world answer, to how you can hire designers. Thanks. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Nakul. Thanks for it. We have Zainab for a few announcements.
I think it's very useful that these questions are coming up, because I think these are questions that will help us build a program. Like, I think just now Tejas and I were just like, prompting ourselves while Nakul was answering questions, that maybe we need to have like a special session on how to hire UX designers. So please keep these suggestions coming in the suggestion box that we've put outside, because this will really help us to understand how to structure smaller group sessions and more interactive and meaningful sessions where you really have more concrete takeaways. On that note, I think two quick things. We actually, our closing keynote by Rahul Gonzalez this afternoon is really about hiring for design, so don't miss it. The other is that we, since Nakul was talking about why technology is not always a silver bullet, it reminded me that we have a Birds of Feather session at 2:40 p.m., which is going to be on ethics in design and ethics in technology. It's going to be a discussion on, it's going to be a discussion from an anthropological point of view to understand what the challenges are and also to get inputs and feedbacks. So please do feel free to join the discussion this afternoon. Sunny, over to you.
So here we have Tejas Bhatt, and he'll be sharing his view on how design systems can actually improve communications between the teams. So over to you, Tejas. Okay, mic setup. He does not need that. Need the clicker? Yeah, it's working. Just need to switch it on. Yeah, it's on.
Hello. Okay. Uh, Hello. Can you all hear me? Okay, awesome. Morning, everyone. Uh, Welcome to this very curiously titled talk. It's called Doctor Design Systems, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Remove the Chaos. Um, after a lot of talk about and explanation about magic, this talk is going to be a little bit short in the arm of reality. Uh, okay, so. Uh, I'm going to repeat the question Nakul asked. How many designers do we have here? Can you just raise your hands? Okay, a few. Yes. And how many devs do we have here? A lot. I'll have to change the talk. Okay. Uh, Designers, have you ever been in a situation where you design something, you give it to the devs, you saw the coded version or production version, it was very different from what you had done? Just say yes. So awesome. And devs, have you ever been in a situation where you received everything and you were like, this does not make sense? Why are there three different buttons with this shade of same blue? Does that happen? Then you can also say yes. Just give me a yes. Okay. So this is not a unique problem. I'm glad it's not just my companies where this happens. But yeah, uh, in product and service companies, when you're working together on multiple functions, it also often happens that people are at war with each other on the ownership of the actual deliverables to the clients or users, whoever it is, right? It's like everyone is pulling things in their directions without a clear communication between the teams. So design systems, the talk is going to be about uh, my learnings, some of my learnings, and how building a system has kind of helped solve these type of problems. But the experience has been that so far in teams, everyone is fighting for the control of the overall processes. It's like we are in our own Game of Thrones, right? We're just fighting about something. So the title of the talk is tribute to a film called Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. The reason for this tribute is this movie had a backdrop of Cold War between US and Russia. And I think similar Cold Wars exist in companies between devs, testers, and designers. So this title made a lot of sense to kind of refer to that Cold War. Like I was saying, it's as if we are in our own Game of Thrones. Some are House of Lannister, House of Stark, and our managers or White Walkers. So to give you a brief intro, my name is Tejas. I've been designing for in various roles for about 10 years now, and I do a lot of things. Some of you might recognize a company called Uncommon, which is based out of Ahmedabad. Based out of Bangalore and a lot of other cities. I was one of the co-founders there. I also work. I also teach or mentor UX students. A few things that I am interested in. So let me jump right in. How many of you have used design systems or a variation of it in your work? Have okay, few people. So I would assume a lot of you are interested in design systems but have not used it, right? Uh, so what are design systems? When we talk about design systems, and you Google for design systems, and you will see like lots and lots of products uh, which are like ready-made design systems. You can just buy them, download them, start using those systems to create your products. But what are design systems? When we talk about design systems, what is it? So design systems is documentation or laying down of foundations and principles that you can use to build your products. It's not just something, it's not your only your component library, it's not your uh, React. If you build something in React or JavaScript, HTML, CSS, it's not those libraries alone. The foundation of a design system is the principles that you create in order to kind of build the entire product. It involves a lot of other things than just component sheets, because it forces you to think of the product in terms of a whole, then screen by screen and component by component atoms. So it is very important, because as we see further, the principles will be very important rather than the actual deliverables and content of your design system. So if you think of components and different ingredients as Lego blocks, design system is the guidebook that tells you how to make a star trooper or a castle out of those Lego blocks. So just to see some of the ingredients of design systems. First and foremost, like I mentioned, the core principles of your product, what problem you are trying to solve with the product, and more importantly, what is your user experience take on it, right? So it's not just saying, okay, we need to use a 12 column grid or something. It's how actually you are approaching the problem solving in the product. For example, so this is it's might not be very legible, but there's a something that I'm recently working on, and for the product's design, these are some of the foundational rules that we are coming up with in the user journey. So for example, how do we come up with very logical defaults for all the options, all the drop downs, or all the configurations in the product, right? So these type of things in part of a user's journey in building the product is those principles become part of the design system, because everyone else, all the other team members, not only other designers but other developers, can also think from this perspective how you're making things easy for the user. And at the more component or more craft level, some of you might have seen this. This is from material design and how they define some of their core principles. Like they're using visually, they're using material as a metaphor. Their aim is to make their apps very bold, graphic, and intentional. And they use a lot of motion to provide feedback and different states and communicate a lot of different things. So content is one of the key part of a design system, which includes language that we use in our products, images, illustrations, and could use a lot of other media like videos. First, voice and tone. So even if a product is mostly media, something like Instagram or YouTube, there are still a lot of messages, a lot of text, and labels in textual format. So products are still a lot of textual communication. In your design system, you can define what is the tone of all those messages. What tone are you taking to talk to your users, right? Whether your messages need to be very concise or you want to make them a little bit elaborate, whether you want to use humor as a way to talk to the users, or if it's an enterprise app, you might say, okay, we want everything very straightforward. The last point is very important, especially in today's time. It is inclusiveness. How your messages and your text make everyone feel included in your product, right? So to take an example, use of pronouns. Normally we use, historically we only use he for any third person, right? But how you actually move from there to include other genders and non-fluid genders also. So those are the things that are very important when you are defining your product content strategy. This is an example from MailChimp, who did very early work in voice and tone of their product, and I would really recommend reading their take on it. Next is images. So how many of you started using internet very early, like late 90s or early 2000s? Have you seen images like this on websites? So like if a service company was based out of Bangalore or Hyderabad or Ahmedabad, anywhere, they would still put up an image like this to say that, okay, we are very professional, right? It was because there was a lack of awareness. People didn't know that you could put pictures of people of other colors or other ethnicities or other genders. Other was lack of resources. There were no resources online to find pictures which represented people like us, right? I mean, everything was very white at that time, not to be offensive to anyone, but uh, so you can define in your design systems how you again can be inclusive in this manner, what your image strategy should be. uh, you want to be inclusive, you want to be very diverse in your photos, uh, and some more technical stuff like what image sizes, resolutions you need to support. So why are we talking about content? I mean, if we are designers and developers, it's not really our job to talk and define content, right? It's someone sitting in the HR or marketing or legal who does that. Why us? Why are we to talk about it? So a first answer is the cliched one, which is content is the king and we all serve the content. But more important thing to me is that when you work on content with other team members or people in other departments, it gives a shared ownership of the product and the strategy. Not only that, it helps you break down an echo chamber. We all work with people who are like us. Designers work with designers, devs work with devs, right? We don't even know who those people in legal or marketing are. If we work on this together, let's break down that echo chamber and have more diverse opinions on the product and its building. Typography, again, so a lot of interfaces are still text, which means typography plays a huge role into not only uh, being legible and like communicating the text, but also to communicate the tone, the mood, the values of your product, the typefaces you select. So uh, typefaces, first selection is typefaces, which again falls back to how legible they are, how accessible they are at different sizes, what mood they want to convey. You want a playful typeface, or you want something serious, you want something that's a little bit of workhorse. And scale, how you actually scale, choose the type sizes to fulfill these goals. So I worked with a company called Web Engage in they're based out of Mumbai, and I worked on their design system. And when we started to explore the choices of typefaces, theirs is an enterprise app. So we started to look at a few workhorse typefaces, Arial and Helvetica, like they've always been there. We also looked at San Francisco and Roboto, as they are the two main native typefaces. So we compared them and kind of decided on Roboto was a good choice. But when we saw that using Roboto at multiple weights would kind of slow down the website completely, we went with a font stack which looks like this. Some of you might have used this, but all this does is it uses the system fonts. System fonts have become much better. So we went with this and established a typographic hierarchy to do the same. Colors, again, colors, they go back to your brand, what your brand wants to convey. So a lot of times color palettes would already be decided by the brand. How you take that and then test them for different things, different combinations. Like you come up with color palettes from that. This is a primary color palette that we used for Web Engage. But not only that, as designers, you also have to decide how to combine different colors so that they fulfill the requirements for accessibility. People who don't have a strong vision as most of the people, but a lot of people do fall on the spectrum of visibility where they have some problem detecting colors and everything, right? So uh, we established a secondary color palette using natural colors because this app uses a lot of data visualization. So we picked a few natural or rather photos of nature, kind of derived a color palette out of that, and also associated the same with emotional states in the website. So this was our secondary palette and how it went on a spectrum. uh, Grid and structure. So you can define if you want to use a strict grid, something like a 12 or 16 column, or if your app demands it or your product demands it, you can simply do away with the grid. There are ways to design without grid or go with an hybrid grid. Uh, you can also define how your product responds to screen sizes, so responsiveness. And for your typography and all your elements, you can define something called vertical rhythm. So for example, if those of you who have used material, they use a baseline of 4 pixels. So every component is kind of multiple of in multiple of 4. So you can that helps in creating a very easy to follow rhythm on screens. So this is an example from IBM's carbon design system and how the grid system responds to screen size changes. And another example is for how typography sits on a vertical baseline. Component sheet. I'm guessing that a lot of you have used component sheets where you have like a huge component library with different components, drop downs, input fields, navigations, and all. Component sheets are the most popular form of design systems, and a lot of times component libraries are sold as design systems. People just say, hey, here's HTML, CSS of everything. This is a design system. But they are just part of the whole, not really whole itself. It involves defining all the elements and components and how they are related with each other, how they are structured, which is more specs like padding, margins, borders, colors, etc., and their behavior, how they behave under different browser or tab states, when they are active, hovered, etc., and states like how when a user is interacting with a composite component or a component for the first time, what sort of information they should get, what they should get when they are using it. There's no data, so different states like that. This example is from Shopify's Polaris, by the way, and they have a really good design system. So to summarize, your design system is made of the core principles of your product, the content and content strategy, grid, typography, colors, your component library. If your app uses or product uses a lot of data visualizations, you can define those in the system. Icons, you can define your iconography. If you have motion design, you can define principles for those as well. So why we need design systems? Okay, let's say you have very cordial relations between all the teams. Your work just flows smoothly. Do you still need design systems? What will it solve? What problem will it solve? I would say yes, because what we have noticed from a couple of examples is that there are other benefits of using the design system, which we'll just jump into. First, communication. Using design system makes the communication very easy between teams. So you can establish rules at the outset, kind of share it with the entire team, and then communicate using the same terms and same language. So it becomes very easy for people to refer to different things. Also, when you are designing, when you are developing, a developer, when you receive screens or new flows or something, that there are not going to be any surprises. There won't be 50 shades of the same button anymore, because it will be hopefully be picked from the same repository that you have already established. Similarly, for testers, they don't have to repeatedly test the same things, because it's tested and certified once. Now you are just combining it into a different configuration. So it eliminates all the surprises. And these type of constraints, when you already have an established system and a repository, it makes lives easy for everyone. So this is an example from a product called Intercom. And if you see, you can't see it very well, but on the left is the definition of a component called conversation, how they are using the same in a sketch file or in their design deliverable. Then they have a code component called conversation. Not only that, the same phrases or the same terminology is used on the help docs as well for the end users. So starting from product definition to your end users, you're talking in the same language, which means you have very happy designers, devs, and testers, which translate into happy users. When you have this type of synergy in your teams, it goes very well to your transfers to your users as well. Scalability, uh, having a already established design system makes it very easy to scale your products. At WebEngage especially, they saw that uh, they didn't have to create new components or anything for almost a year, and which meant they could wireframe something and start working on the design, the visual, putting together the visual design and production immediately from there. It created a very lower turnaround time from coming up with a low fidelity concept to production, and which means money. When you can scale things fast and move things fast between concept to production, it saves a lot of money for the companies. It makes sharing the knowledge very easy, not only between designers but in the entire team, and your outputs are consistent because two designers are now not coming up with their own version of the same design, right? If you have ever worked earlier, if you have ever worked in team with multiple designers, one designer will give you something but the other one will have something slightly different. You don't know which one to trust, which source to trust. That kind of inconsistency is taken care of. Cross-functional teams can see the rationale behind the design decisions from your documents, because design is often seen as something where you only see the mock-ups. You don't know why and how those mock-ups were made, right? So when you rationalize your design process in terms of principles and a system, then it makes design less of a black box, and everyone can see what is happening, how certain decisions were made. It makes it very easy for the new team members to start becoming productive. You already have something. The new designers and team members can look at the existing patterns, start working on it immediately. They have a very quicker ramp up. You don't have to learn everything from scratch on their own. So you have happy noobs in the office. Response to external changes. Information Architects is a firm based out of Japan and several other places, and they are very huge in product design and dev. They did a research for one of their apps, and they came up with this number: 14,290 Android devices in the market, which means a huge spectrum of screen sizes, right? And that's not it, because now you have different device types as well. You have everything from watches to VR glasses to TV sets where you can use different products. It is very hard to design and test across this entire spectrum of screen sizes. What you can do in the design system is you can define how your content responds and your product responds to this type of screen size changes, and then test at certain breakdown points. So this example is from material design, and how something that shows up in one way on larger screens kind of shifts its shape into smaller screen. So you can solve for the for the whole range of devices. Concurrent design, because now you have one source of truth, you have one repository, multiple team members can start working together. And not only that, you can have multiple teams working on multiple modules, different modules, with a certainty that their output will be consistent and in accordance with what's already been established. So you have 5 new features or modules to design. You can still like happily feel that okay, it will add up to the coherent design of the product. So people working together is one of the huge benefits. A cure for imposter wellness. How many of you here know what imposter syndrome is? So imposter syndrome is when you feel like you are just a hack, you are just putting together things without any skills or anything, and you are not competent at all. When you start rationalizing your design decisions in form of a document and principles, you start feeling better about yourself as a designer, as a developer, whatever your role is. you start to feel that no, you are actually competent, because now you can see the rationalization behind all of your decisions. Some of the stuff you have internalized, you just immediately make decisions. But when you actually write those down, you see that there was some logic behind it. It makes you feel happy about yourself, which is, I think, very important quality for any work to have. So here are some of the, I'm just summarizing all the benefits again. Improved communication, scalability. It makes it easy to share knowledge between people. You can define your responsiveness of the product. Multiple teams can design together, and it cures imposter syndrome. Uh, Design system and its implementation is not without its challenges. It's again like in earlier talk we saw, it's not a silver bullet. It won't solve problems that are because of the product's culture or team dynamics. That's for sure. But what are some other challenges? First one is you need time and resources to create a design system and then to maintain it, because every time you come up with a new pattern of solving something and a new way of solving something, you have to go back and document it in your existing system. And also creating a system upfront takes up its own time, right? So there is some additional overhead work that's required to uh, uh, create and maintain them. Top level buy-in, it's very hard if you haven't if you don't start with a design system. It's very hard to convince your top level to agree to kind of move into this direction, because for them it means additional time and resources, which no one really wants to put in, because again, this design systems promise you future uh, benefits, right, and long-term gains, but you can easily trade it for some immediate, like you can just easily design and develop a couple of new features. Then why go for a design system? Until very recently, the tools were not sophisticated enough to create or design systems, right? This is getting slightly better now, because there are tools like Sketch has libraries. Figma is already has a big built-in library, as we'll see today. And there are other tools also like UXPin. There's also version controlling available for designers now called Abstract. So this is becoming better. Although the products are not there yet, it's still better than what it was, say, a year ago. Here's an example of one of the design systems I have made for a company called WebEngage. Is this just to show you the kind of, depending on different context, what you can actually make part of your system and deliverables. Because this was going to be used by other designers, I this is a little more verbose in how different components are stacked, how they are actually made, what are their actual specifications, and different states and different variations of them. I hope this will be better if you see the on a laptop, but yeah. And then I just have one variation of application of design system to show. For a company called Wallet Buddy, they are based out of the parent company is based out of Bangalore. We made a vanilla design system, which then they can adapt to create multiple very different products. So here's the vanilla design, here's a screen using vanilla design system, which is very plain and very straightforward. Now changing some of the variables of the same system, like typography, a little bit of grid, and moving to brand colors for a particular client, we could come up with this, which is not entirely different, but there's a discernible difference to sell it to a different client who's aware that this is what we are getting. So it's not as if we are cheating them, selling the same product to 5 people, but we can make discernible differences into multiple products. And this is something a company called Vox, who runs close to, like, I think many, I can't even count, but they are the company behind Verge or Polygon, Vox.com, right? They have a similar design system where they just change certain variables to contextualize it for a particular website or publication, but everything is at the core born out of the same system. So this is a very primary application of similar concept. So if you put them side by side, on the right is the vanilla version, on the left is the improved version, which for some reason is the reverse order of how I should have shown it. Anyways, so here are a few examples in the wild of design systems. I'm not going to read through all of them because you will see the presentation. You'll get a link to the presentation at the end. But Salesforce, MailChimp, Atlassian, Google, who started the whole documentation thing. Design systems have become so popular now that they have their own libraries. They have their own galleries. So when anything in design has a gallery, you know that the thing has arrived. I want to leave you all with a question of if you are not using design systems, in what format, in what scope, you can start using it when you go back. And then you will have your own stories to tell about how they helped you, whether they helped you or not, whether it was an overhead which didn't really lead to any place. You can maybe start very small and then take it from there. But I would really be interested in seeing how you actually start implementing it. That's my talk. I have time for questions now. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have any questions here? Yep, we have a question here.
It was a nice session. Thank you. I recently had a chance to work on a product where there was not any design system in place, and the UX designer has a hard time to convince stakeholders and to come up with each screen. So who owns the ownership of creating this design system in place before starting development? It exactly it resides on solely on UX designer or any other stakeholders involved in that, including product manager or?
Yeah. It depends from one product to another. I would say the bare minimum people who should be involved in design, in the discussion of design system: A, your designers; B, your devs; the product manager, or rather manager, because they need to know what's happening and how their resources are working on. Just to be in that know, I would ideally want other people, like other departments, to also be involved. It depends on your product, but if you have a product that goes out to like really huge audience, and at a level where legal and marketing and HR and even you might have a content team, all of those are involved in your product, they all should become part of the design system at one level or another, at one deliverable or another. Probably they won't a content person won't be as necessary to be part of the component design, right? But they are definitely part of how the content, what the content should be, your content strategy. And I personally feel the goal of the design system is to make it transparent for everyone in the company, not only designers and dev. They are the immediate beneficiaries, but in the end, the way you implement it, it goes everywhere. Like we saw in the case of Intercom, right? Their help documents use the same phrases, same conversation, same all the same terms and phrases, right? So they are also at some point involved or touched by the design system. So it's very easy to contextualize this, which is the beauty of this. I mean, you don't have to follow one specific rule of how to create and who the audience should be and who should be the stakeholders. Designers and devs should definitely be involved, but you can involve other parties as well.
In the beginning, you had like 4 or 5 typefaces, right? And then you said that you picked Roboto. So can you just talk about what sort of parameters or how do you go about evaluating different typefaces and why you picked Roboto?
Sure. Yeah. So we ended up not really picking Roboto, but so for this particular product, it's a B2B product and used by enterprise. So it's not really a consumer product where, and we didn't have a lot of mood to add to the product. We didn't want to make the product with a personality, right? For example, and I'll give you an example. You use something like, say, MailChimp. It has its own mascot, and it's targeted at really individuals. So someone running a small shop, they would use MailChimp to send out emailers and newsletters. WebEngage was not targeted for that. Their target audience is larger companies. So they wanted to take as neutral a tone as possible, which meant our typefaces from the outset needed to be very simple, with no additional personality or flair of its own, right? So we thought, okay, what are, if we didn't want to use a paid typeface because the product goes out to like a huge audience, right? What are our options? That's where we started. Okay, Arial and Helvetica, because they have always been there. uh, what is the next freely available but really popular and really workhorse type of typeface, which was Roboto, and San Francisco, because we had started to see that it is possible to use native fonts now in Mac. Like every Mac comes with a San Francisco pre-installed, and it is easy to refer to it from CSS. That was our starting point to narrow down to 4. From that, Arial and Helvetica we didn't want to use because we wanted a slightly modern feel to the app. Roboto we ended up not using because including it kind of slowed down the app. I'll just show you that screen again if I can. Okay. Okay. So you can see, like, when we saw at some of the uh, weight variations we needed, right? The load time became very slow, which meant that for a product which is already built with a lot of JavaScript, adding this one more, which even in the beginning tells you that it's going to slow things down, we didn't want to go with it. And then the benefit between, I mean, the variation between Roboto and San Francisco, the Apple font, was not very much. So what we ended up using this, what this does is, if you are on an Apple laptop, it will use San Francisco. If not, it will move to the next one. So any Google phone or Chromebook or anything will get Roboto. If you are on Windows machine, you'll get the Windows native font. Which this additionally did was, it gives a very native feel to the web application also. You feel like you're using something that's built into it. So that was our goal. That was the process how we decided on, like, picked the few first runners and then kind of narrowed down to our final choices. That is not it. I don't know if I mentioned, but design system is always a living document, right? You go back and you make changes. After testing for some time now, WebEngage has realized that visually there are some inconsistencies they want to fix, right? So we might have to pick a typeface, and we are looking at something called Inter, which is a variation of Roboto, but it has a few additional features, right, which we can just enable in the CSS. So we are now looking at that. So it's always a iterative process. The decisions here are also not final.
Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tejas. We have a few more questions. These questions, yeah, big round of applause for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh, we have a few more questions which we can take offline because it's time for morning beverage. And before we go for beverages, we have a small announcements to be made. A birds of feather session for sensitive data leakage. Yeah, it has been shifted by 1 hour, and the next talk is from 12. So let's see you guys again here. And the questions we can take follow up.
Okay.
Yeah, we can take it later offline. We can take it offline.
Sure.
Hello? This is good. Hello? Can I hear myself? Hello? There's no monitor, right? It's straight off the speaker. I mean, the audio monitor is not.
No, we don't have that.
Okay.
But we have a laptop on which you can see the timing, and we have a bell ring which
Okay.
we have like 5 minutes reminder.
Right.
Okay.
That's all right. Wait, I need to extend my monitor. Okay.
Yeah, I think now it's better. You can
Is it better? Let me quickly put this up here and see. I want to check the contrast. Oh, it's dark. Can it be made brighter? Is that a thing that's a possibility or?
do you need a clicker?
No, I'm fine with this.
Do you have a timer of your own?
I do have a timer of my own.
Do you need one?
I don't need an external one, no.
We then put it here.
Uh,
Required, right?
I'm sorry?
We put a like timer here.
No, that's not required. That's
We'll
not
just
required.
keep a 5 minute reminder.
Okay, that sounds good. Sorry? I can't.
Hello?
Is it? Hi, can people hear me? Even at the back? Great. Time is it? Should we get started? Sure, go ahead. I'm ready.
So, welcome back again. Uh, welcome back again for the Meta Refresh post beverage session. Now we have Sri Hari here, who will be talking about how we can structure a way to conduct experiments with our products that helps us to make mistakes faster and fix them faster. So, over to you, Sri Hari.
Thanks. Hi everyone. I am Srihari. I work at this place called Nilenso. Uh, it's a software cooperative based here in Bangalore. This talk is about um, embracing change. I know that's a bit of an overused like set of terms put together. It's a call out to the XP or extreme programming adage about embracing change as opposed to resisting it. And this has been around for like 10, 15 years, and we're all familiar with the notion of embracing change. But when it comes to writing software, embracing change is hard. And I want to talk a little bit about how to make that a bit easier and how to structure our team and our processes to make that happen in a nicer way. So what I'm going to be talking about stems from a couple of experiences of mine, both in the last year and a half or so. And both were with some early stage products. So it's primarily about what I've learned from experimenting with early stage products. I'll get to what experimenting means soon. So the talk itself, I've divided into these three parts. First, I'll talk about what is this experimenting thing that I'm talking about. And next, I'll talk about how to do these experiments and what are the different ways in which we can think about experiments. And I'll try and think about, try and tell you about a new way in which I've been doing it. We've been doing it in our teams a few times now, and it's been quite helpful. And it's using real software, and that's supposed to be in quotes, and I'll explain that also when I get there. And I'll have a small section in the talk about the consistency of the team that does these set of experiments. Before all of this, though, I'll set some context. So the context is that we are working on this product called Simple. Go to simple.org. So this is a non-profit initiative by the WHO, the ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, and together we've formed a body called the IHMI. And this is to help eradicate or improve control of hypertension in India and throughout the world. There are a few organizations that are running this, so they are resolved to save lives and vital strategies. And there's also a couple of firms in Bangalore, Uncommon and Nilenso, that are building this. So what it is a simple app for nurses to use to record blood pressures of patients. So if you're unfamiliar with the problem, let me take a step back. High BP is hypertension, and it's very prevalent in India. About 1/3 or 1/4 of the population, that is 300 or 400 million people in India, have hypertension, and it is a leading cause of death. And so that's what we're looking to help or prevent. So a little bit more about this is that it's all open source. So it's all on GitHub, github.com/simple.org, and all the work is out there. Even the design process for this is open sourced. So there is Daniel Burka, that works on this. So he's created issues that talk about the design, coming up with the right design systems and design languages for the app. You can have a look at that, and you can contribute as well. So a bit about what the users are, or who the users are. So these are nurses, like I said, and they work in public healthcare centers. So these are PHCs, CHCs, and subcenters, and district hospitals that are government owned in India. And an important part of this is that they are in rural villages in India. So think Bathinda, Punjab, or Hoshiarpur, Punjab, those kinds of places. And interestingly, the first thing that we've done on the product is to go with a paper mechanism. So nurses have been recording BPs on paper. And so design challenge is interesting because we are moving from a paper-based system to an app. And so there is certain information structure and certain workflows that are embedded in nurses, and we have to move slightly away from that. And also think of moving to a larger portion of thousands and like tens of thousands of clinics throughout the country. So the place, like I said, just so that you can also get a visual idea of this, this is the place. It's rural Punjab. So no internet connectivity, if any. There's going to be lots of drastic weather conditions potentially. So people might or might not come to clinics on a day-to-day basis. And even if you have phone network connectivity, that might also be choppy at times. The users are nurses in these clinics, right? So they work there from 3 to 4 hours and have a pretty hectic time because there are hundreds of patients coming in every day. And this is the team. There's a part of the team that works out of all these facilities. And this is the software part of the team. So this is based out of Bangalore. That's Uncommon Nilenso. And the cat, that's at Uncommon. So to give you an idea of what the app does, I'll take you through the basic flows. So the basic idea is when a patient comes in, the nurse asks their name, age, and then finds out if they are hypertensive. They measure their BP and enter their BP, maybe prescribe a medicine, and tell them that, hey, you know what, come back next month, and that's about it. So this is what that would look like. So they'd enter their first name or their full name preferably. You have a list of search results. You click on one of them, enter a blood pressure, and maybe update their medicines if that needs changing. And you schedule their next visit, which can ideally, usually it's in 1 month time. And then what you do is you also follow up with them. If they have not come in a month, you call them up and say, hey, you know what, you're a bit late. Why don't you come back to the clinic and get your BP taken again and maybe your medicines updated? Because for some patients, if their BPs are 200 and above, they are in serious risk of death, really. So that gets, following up with patients gets really important. So with a problem like this, where you're faced with some extreme conditions that you're unfamiliar with, how do you know that you're on the right track? How do you know that from a product perspective, you're doing the right thing, or you're even going towards the right thing? How do you know that you're building what users want? Every time you build the app, getting to your users, getting feedback from them, and then improving on that is an expensive process. And you want to reduce that as much as possible because there's not so many times you can go back to a government hospital and say, hey, you know what, try this new thing, right? And is the interface intuitive? To someone who's not familiar with a smartphone, who's not familiar with Android as a paradigm, how do you introduce something that's intuitive to them? So the solution is usually the scientific process of experimenting, where we build, get to users, fail, and then rinse and repeat. However, this process is expensive, right? So this is the fundamental problem statement that I want to address in this talk. So the first time we did this, we built a production quality app of some narrow set of features, went to Bathinda in Punjab, and try to deploy the app and get users to use them. They use them for that day that we were there, and then not after that. So this was about 2 months of effort that pretty much went to waste because the search interface was not intuitive. People did not know if they were supposed to find new patients or add new patients differently. Their workflows were too acclimatized to the paper systems. So the need then is to build faster, get to users faster, and fail faster. And how do you do this? So exploring the existing methodologies for experiments generally, there's a notion of like all these are like terms that you'd see used in agile projects and XP projects and so on. So Spike, you can think of as a small experiment that's done once in a while and just to find out if something is feasible or not, and then you throw it away, right? That's why it's in gray. And then there's a tracer bullet, which is production quality, a narrow scope, put into production so that you can get your functionality to the user and then find out what the user wants. And then there's, of course, the long-term R&D types, like Xerox Labs types R&D, where you have a huge cost, a huge part of your organization dedicated towards making research long-term and growing products, creating new technologies altogether. And so all of these have their pros and cons. And the methodology that I was hinting at is this, the notion of an experiment lane. So this, you can think of it as a combination of all the three things that we saw before. It's an R&D lane for exploring ideas, and you throw away your prototypes once in a while, but you make simple versions of all the functionalities. I'll make it more grounded in a bit. But primarily with all this, what I'm getting at is making the feedback cycle faster. And in order to make that a little more explicit, I want to say that the biggest part of this is conducting a user study. So that's one big half of it. The other half is us coming back, analyzing results, improving design, and then getting back to users. What's the most important thing here is doing this. And we narrowed it down from a period of 2 months to 2 weeks. And we did this by getting users into the office every week or so. Establishing a set of users that can come in and help you with your user study is quite difficult. But if you do that, you can do this at your own pace and time that you want to do it. Analyzing results and improving design takes about a week after that. That's what's been in our experience. You can't straight away after coming back from a user study, you can't take the results and go engineer them. It takes a lot of time to synthesize your results and understand what really you've learned from that. And then what you need to do is plan your next user study and then build backwards from that. So user study is still very primary to learning more about your users and getting your product out there. So the fundamental difference here from what you would have noticed in other such cycles is that you first plan the user study and then engineer backwards from there. And you build exactly what's necessary for that. My proposition is this, that we create a simpler version of the app focused on happy parts of experimental features and flows. I'll let that sink in because that's all I could try and compress that down to. And I'll get to the specifics right away, I guess. How we do it is by prototyping. And in order to put this, get an understanding of what's already out there, put it on a spectrum. So on this side of the spectrum is, of course, pen and paper. On the other side, you have real software, right? And the spectrum is non-linear. So you have days, weeks, and months. So real software can take months to develop. Pen and paper is quite kind of immediate. Pen and paper is really fast. So on time, you get, you can do 5, 6 prototypes on pen and paper really quick with a user sitting beside you, maybe with an engineer sitting beside you. In terms of flexibility, you can throw away your paper prototypes or wireframes or even hi-fi mockups really quickly and then build new ones. With real software, it's very hard to throw it away once in a while. And to varying extent, based on the amount of involvement of real users, you get various amounts of feedback along the spectrum, right? But on one note, on one axis, there is no spectrum, which is usage. Software is only used when it's fully built out. You can't take real patients and put them into a fake app. That's just not done. So how do you solve that? Another interesting part of the spectrum is that this part of the spectrum, the latter part of the spectrum, involves engineering as well, right? So that's where it gets really complex, because there's more people, there's more coordination, there's more communication. Right? So before that, it can be a single lone designer, kind of spearheading that, but that's where it kind of gets difficult. And I'll try to answer some questions about coordination, communication between engineers and designers after that. So on this part of the spectrum, though, I'm sure you all are quite familiar with all of these things. I'm not going to talk about good things about these things. I'm only going to talk about bad things about all of these things. So first thing is that they are always online. You can think of them more like a browser sitting as an app, right? The moment you go offline, like we have to do in Bathinda and Punjab, you don't have internet, you can't load the next page on a click of a button, you're doomed. So that's not really an option for us. And it's also really, really slow. That's not what you want your app to feel like from a real user, so you don't get that feedback. There's no storage, right? So you can't record a patient, go back, and then see that patient again. Or where's today's BP? I just recorded it some time back. None of these things give you any storage. The programmability is subpar in that they all give you some kind of an IDE or interface where you can throw in some code or some plugins where you can modify a few things, but not really. They also need constant guidance. Like sometimes you need to sit beside your user and say, hey, you know what, don't click here, click there. And that belittles the very point of user studies. Just observe users do what they do. And there's no custom components. So a few things that we wanted to do was building a QR scan for scanning some interesting IDs. And we wanted to build a custom keyboard that will make it really fast to enter blood pressures and find out if that made a difference for the user. None of this is possible using any of these components, any of these tools, really. And there's a bunch of pitfalls that I would sum up as you have to quit it and start it from the beginning. That happens all the time, right? It's unlike real software where, there is some notion of error recovery and you can start from where you left off. So my experience and my recommendation would be this, right? Go to script, React Native. And I'm just going to leave that there because this talk is not about that. I've spoken about it before. I'm happy to talk about it later. I'm going to quickly move on to the more design aspects of this. So let me tell you with this what I can achieve, right? So this is a demonstration of the experiments lane and the experiments app that we built. So first thing is that you can build alternate flows. So in addition to registering patients, the nurse has to register herself also. And this is important for setting context. It's not something that she does over and over again. It's a one-time thing. But this is what I can do with the experiments app. There is a settings page I can go to, settings screen. I can change it from home to registration. And then if I go back, it takes me to the registration flow where I can do that and give it back to the nurse and say, hey, why don't you register yourself? Right? And the interesting thing is all these security pins and whatnot are actually validated. So you know when, if entering pin is usable and whatnot. And another thing is she has to be approved, right? And ideally that happens over time, right? And then she says, you've been approved, and she'll click, you got it. So that's a certain context, and we wanted to try out the usability of, or understand the usability of access. Does the nurse inherently understand access? We were using papers before this for that part of the flow. And there's an in-between that we could have built where we just use single screens and move over the registration, just tap to click, just so that we can get to the access part. And then at that point where we want to change the access from requested to granted, we just borrow the phone, take it back, change it to granted, and give it back to them, and say, hey, you know what? Assume that half an hour has passed. What will you do now? Right? And then they read the screen and they figure out what to do from there. So an interesting thing that you can do there is you can Wizard of Oz it, but it's a la carte, which is that you can take all the registration screens and not build the flow at all. You can just be a set of screens, very much like a framer prototype or an Envision thing, where you just click, 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 done. And you don't enter your name or phone number or whatever, but that's not very important to the flow. But for engineering, that makes it really quick. There's also the notion of time and us modeling it, which becomes super interesting. It's usually a thing that we all miss to do in software. So here's an example. We have a notion of an overdue list, right? The follow-up list that a nurse has to call back. So what I can do is go to the overdue mode and say empty. And then I can switch to the overdue and say, what do you think this means, right? This is an empty state. Then I can switch and say, okay, assume it's been 1 month from now. What does this look like to you? Okay, and then the nurse calls up the patient. Actually, it opens up a dialer. They actually call a patient. I can do this using in a real user study, right? And then what I can do is change it to 6 months later. Borrow the phone, say it's been 6 months now, and then understand what they do when they are faced with, like, a potential of 50 overdue patients. Do they feel overwhelmed? Do they call each one of them? Do they respond differently? Is a list a right paradigm here? These are things that you can observe. And these are not things that you can see in an Envision or Marvel prototype as much, right? And these are hard to build out in real software as well. There's only so much you can do with all feature flags and whatnot. And then, of course, there's A/B tests. Except these are observed in real time. So here's an example. So what I can change is there's an age versus age or DOB. And then you see that the age filter is a single thing, right? I just say I want Madhumera, age 20, and then 2 results show up. An alternate thing I can do is say age or date of birth, and then both the fields show up there. I can either enter a date of birth or an age. But the date of birth field is a bit tricky because you have to get the format right, and that takes a bit of getting used to. The slashes get filled automatically, and they have to know the right DDMMYY format, and they can get it wrong, right? And we want to know what happens, how the user responds when something goes wrong, right? So that's the interesting part, like build in the validation. So there are so many alternate things you can do there. So we tried them all out. We did year of birth, we did date of birth, we did age, we thought of doing an date picker. And there are trade-offs there, which is usability versus accuracy. And we also tried separate fields, like DD is a separate field, month is a separate field, and year is a separate field. They all make for different amounts of validation and accuracy in entering data, and also usability. So it's important for us to test these out in real time, observe users doing this. And we can do that with such an app. And then this, I think, is one of the things that people tend to skip on very easily and try to force their way through it. But here's a better approach. So usually when you do user study, there are a few cases that you want to try out, expose the user to, and find out how the user reacts. My take on this is that you model it and treat it as first class, like you would do in modeling your real domain. So here's an example, right? There's Madhumera, and you see the addresses are HSR layout and like something in Bangalore. I can go change it to Bathinda, and then go back and then search for the same Madhumera again, and suddenly she's in Bathinda. All the addresses are NFL Colony, Jhanduke Road, things like that, right? So I can take my user study and either base it out of Bangalore, where I do my user studies, or I can go to Bathinda, and then with a quick single change or a single click of a button, make all the patients seem like as though they are from your local area. And that matters to user, right? That's context. And that's modeled in seed data. Here's another example. So there's Shreyas, for example, and there's Shreyas Garewal and Shreyas Malhotra, right? So we find out if patients are able to, users are able to differentiate their last name. And Neha Gupta, there are 3 Neha Guptas, all aged 40. And we want to find out if they're able to differentiate the incoming patient based on their phone number. Right? So these are all things that you have to model, except in something like Framer or something, you would just end up hard coding all of these things, not subject to change. What you can do is something like this, where you model a certain archetype, a user archetype, and say that these are the common factors and these are the variants. So for example, Shreyas Malhotra is 35 male, and he has a hypertension profile of the fact that he's been hypertensive for weeks, except their names are different. Similarly for Mahalakshmi Puri, the variants are that the first one is in village colony 1, 2, and 3. So that's like she's from the 3 different Mahalakshmi Puris, all around 70 ages. That's another thing, because people are not exactly sure how old they are. They might be 77. Like if they're even if they're 75, they'll say I'm 80, or I'm saying I'm 70. So you have to account for that, right? So this helps model that. And the interesting thing is, when you notice, like if you had noticed the call list, there's like 10 or 50 of them. So what I've actually done is I've taken this as a model, and I have a tool that helps me generate data based on such a model, right? So it's not just what I put in, but also in addition to what I design my seed data to be, there's a notion of random data that fills in as well, right? So what you saw there was a separate app from the production app that we used for user testing. That was built with ClojureScript React Native, but there are a few things that you can take away at a generic level. First thing I would say is that if you want to explore and move fast, types do slow you down. So I would suggest a dynamic programming language. A database also has a certain notion of a schema. Either on file, on storage, it has a certain storage mechanism, or it has a certain type system embedded into it as well. So avoid that entirely. Either write to a schemaless storage or just write your application data structures to file, which is what I did. Use an in-app in-memory database, because your experiments app is not going to have a lot of data. It's not going to have 1 million patients. It's going to have 100 maybe. So you don't need performance out of it. You need usability. You need the ability to move quickly. Ideally have live reloads of your code. So the validation mechanism is actually quite complex, especially when it comes to entering a patient. Like for example, a phone number, you can say, I don't have a phone number. You can type a phone number, but you might enter alphabets. That's wrong. You might enter characters, but it's not, you might enter digits, but it's not enough digits, etc. And the error states change a lot. And it was difficult to get this right. So what we did was we ended up pair programming. Like I pair programmed with a designer really, and then changed code live to find out, is that what they want? And that we were able to achieve within 15 minutes of pair programming. That would have taken days to achieve without live reloading. A REPL is something that I guess JavaScript also kind of has, but Clojure gets it right. So if you can have that, that's great. And like I said before, the ability to generate data based on a certain schema is fantastic if you're doing experiments. And then apart from technology, there are certain engineering practices that are good for this kind of an endeavor. Keep your environment entirely independent. Don't couple it with anything in production, staging, nothing. Remove all interfaces. Do not talk over the internet. Do not talk over device interfaces. You can mock all of that locally for your experiments, because that's not really important. What's important is the user interface and the feedback that you'll get from your user. And any other interface is only going to add more instability to the product, which you don't want. Focus on happy paths. And I said this before in that summary. This is crucial, which is that you don't design for error cases. You work backwards from a user study plan and build exactly for the cases that you've thought of. Test it out extensively manually and ensure that all those cases work out well, and don't engineer for anything more than that. It seems a bit clumsy, but also is pragmatic. It makes sense. Think about modeling external domain. This is not something that is obvious. So, for example, the notion of profiles of hypertensive patients, have they been in control for 12 months? Kinds of patients that have been hypertensive, high hypertensive, low hypertensive. These are not things that matter to the actual app in production. These things are not modeled there, but they're important here because you want to model the users, right? And that's not something that comes to you often in first class seed data, like I said before. So, and then there is how we work with designers, engineers work with designers. And this is really it. It's just extreme programming. The part that says with designers is really FUFA. What that really means is that what I want to say is extreme programming can just be done normally with designers. It's not any different. So here are some examples. I just walked through like some of the 3 fundamental XP values on that. So you talk about system requirements. You communicate a lot. So talk over pen, paper prototypes, talk over whiteboards, the simpler prototypes. Sit together and pair program. This might seem ineffective, but if done rightly, it can be super effective. So for example, pair program on ideas, right? Work until you have a certain structure that makes sense, and then break off to execute the idea. That worked really well for us. So one example is that GIF you saw of scanning a QR code. We discussed things like, can it be programmed? Should it be a GIF? Should we not do it? That would save us a lot of time. For example, that animation takes a lot of effort to get right in different phone sizes. Right? You have to place it correctly, and it has to move the right amount. And very often designers have thought of other solutions. From an engineer's point of view, there's a lot to be gained by just asking a designer, hey, can I do something else? What do you think? So the date of birth, for example, is a great example. Building a lot of validations into the date of birth field was expensive. It would take a couple of days. Except when I went to the designer and we spoke for a while, we decided we'll just keep 3 separate fields because it makes this version easier, and I got that done in 2 hours. Focus on simplicity. Yagni applies to design as well. Very much so. So there's screenshots, like I said before, just walk through. The notion of a fancy BP keyboard is very interesting to experiment with, but we don't really need it because that's only a proof of speed, not usability. So remove. There's a notion of login, and that exists in the actual app, and you might be tempted to build a simple version of the login flow into the experiment app potentially. Don't do it. You don't really need it unless you're getting valuable user feedback from it. Design incrementally. So again, have a user study plan and design only for that and build only for that. And if you remember like what I said earlier about spikes and the experimentally, and like if you can think of the experimentally as a spike, if it's taken you 2 weeks to build something, you can throw it away and build from scratch, and it's only going to take you 2 more weeks. That's not a lot of time. You can afford that. So if something gets really complex or your requirements change drastically, just throw away the whole thing and start over. And feedback, of course. You need to get it from the customer, from the system, and from the team. So design user studies so that you get feedback from the user directly. From the system, you need to, if you're using the app on a daily basis and you fix bugs on a daily basis, there's a lot to gain there because you want your app to be, in production at the end of the day, every day. And from the team, of course, which is even for an experiments app or an experiments lane, you have, a PM board, post-study meetings. Even if you're riffing designs, right, include engineers into that so that they know what you're thinking, and that helps them plan ahead. And quickly, because I'm running out of time, I'd like to touch on the size of the team. There's been a lot of studies on this, the whole 2 pizza team idea of Jeff Bezos. And so there's this thing by QSM, which has some real data, like spanning across tens of thousands of companies, about how the amount of investment that goes into a team to build a certain piece of software increases a lot with larger teams. And with the same amount of investment in smaller teams, you get much higher quality software. So even in our small team size of 10 people or so that were building the entire thing, the experiments lane was 3 people. And that makes sense. And that makes even more sense for small teams because you don't want to waste times of 10 people in building the wrong thing. So you'd rather spend 3 people, get your users, fail fast, know what you need to build, and then use the time of the other 7 people to build the right thing. And of course, like defect rates reduce with size. The experiments app in many ways had lesser bugs because it was built to serve lesser things. It has lesser code, lesser people, and lesser bugs. And of course, you'll also have to look into people. There's all this I'm speaking about technology, but it really matters who you staff on your experiments lane. Right? So I go back to what I said earlier, which is, in conclusion, get your users faster, be wrong faster. And a way to do it is to create a simpler version of the app focused on happy paths of experiment features and flows. That's all I have. Thanks.
So thank you, Srihari. Do we have any questions for him? Yes, we have a question here.
Hi. Yeah, so you talked about building the app for the experimental lane, right?
Yep.
Now, if you do the user testing and finally figure out this is the final version, this has to go into the actual app.
Mhm.
How much of the code that you have built during the prototype phase can be moved over to that, or is there any reusability that can be done, or you have to build again from scratch for the actual app?
Okay. So the question is how much of code gets reused from the experiments lane into the production lane? 0. That's usually the answer. So be prepared to throw it away, right? There are ideas that you can take away though, and that's far more important. Leave the actual code aside, but you now know that there are certain edge cases that you need to design for. Sometimes you're not sure what the edge cases are until you build them. In the experiments lane, you end up building at least one cut or the first cut of your feature, and you learn a lot from that. So just like the way a spike helps you estimate a certain story or flesh a feature out fully, this will do that, but in a much nicer way. I hope that answers your question.
Do we have any other questions? Okay. So thank you, Srihari. Thanks for the this wonderful talk. And
Thank you.
before we move on for the next talk, we have a few announcements to be made. The BOF on sensitive data leakage and privacy has already started in the BOF session. At 3:40, we have another BOF sessions. One is on ethics and design, run by anthropologist Aparna Ashok, and the other one is freelancing in web design, and that's by Nikhil. So these are 2 announcements which were to be made, and now I welcome the next speaker. So okay.
is on.
This is design system. Okay, so we have Abhinav here from an academy, and he'll be describing how they build design systems for an academy. So I think we are ready. Yeah, so over to him.
Hello. Hey everyone, what's up? My name is Abhinav. I'm the head of design at Unacademy. Unacademy is a edtech startup. We venture funded. We're a test prep platform. We have learner apps and educator apps. We're a platform for educators to come and find an audience that they can teach. And we're a platform for learners to come and study for what they want to. I also run a bunch of other things. I run this website called UI Sources, which is a design inspiration site. I recently wrote a book called Pajama Profit about freelancing. Previously, I did a music app called Listen. I was at housing.com as well. So at Unacademy, we're a pretty small design team. So we're 3 product designers, 1 illustrator. Tech product and design overall is about 40 people. So I'm going to be talking about what were our goals with the design system, what were the considerations that we had at our size, and hopefully some takeaways that you can apply to your own organization. So for me to get a read of the room, how many people in here are developers? Okay. And how many here are designers? Any other folks who are sort of in between, not pure development, not design? Okay, cool. So this is uisources.com, profit. All right. So if you sort of zoom back to how we got here, the current state of design, the years around 2010, before 2010 and somewhere around that, most designers, and I'm talking about 99 or 95% of designers, used Photoshop. And Photoshop is an extremely powerful tool, but when it comes to screen design, like you're designing screens, it's websites and apps, it can be overkill. Like it's got a lot of bloat that can make working harder. And so somewhere around 2010, a new entrant came into the field, which was Sketch. And within the next few years, so Sketch came out in 2010, but by 2012, most designers, most design teams all over the world had switched to Sketch. And the reason they had done this was because Sketch just took one slice out of Photoshop and made it really efficient to design screens and websites, and screen-based design, basically. And if you're in a tech company right now, designer or developer, there's about a 95% chance that this is your design stack or some variation of this. So for design, you use something like Sketch. For storage, version control, you use Dropbox. Maybe you use GitHub. Maybe you use something like Abstract. For communication, of course you have Slack, but you use maybe more specialized tools like InVision. Handoff typically happens in Zeppelin. You use something like Marvel or maybe even InVision to prototype. Maybe complex prototypes happen in Principle or Framer. So this was our design stack as well at Unacademy about 6 months back. And as part of designing or coming up with a new design system, we made a few changes to this. And this is what our stack looks like right now. So most tools, like we didn't know it at the time when we were trying out Figma, but Figma started with replacing Sketch for us, and then slowly it moved into everything else. And by slowly, I mean within 3 days. Right? Figma made it really simple for us to completely migrate from all these tools that we were using to just one single tool. And this happened at the same time that we were figuring out what our design system needs to be. So some of the goals that we had with this. So of course, the first goal with designing any design system, wherever you are, is consistency. So the Unacademy, at Unacademy we have 4 apps. We have the Learner app is on iOS and Android, and the Educator app, which is also on iOS and Android. And one of the things we wanted to do was be able to move really fast. So we were switching to React Native. And we were starting with one of the apps, and the goal was to switch all 4 apps to React Native eventually. So this was the perfect time for the design team as well to come up with a new system that ensured consistency moving forward. The second goal that we had was we wanted it to be real time. And what I mean by that is, if we're pushing out an update every single week, right, to our apps, we want everybody to be on the same page, no matter what part of the process it is. So let's say I'm designing a new feature. I don't want the developer to know about it 5 days later when I'm done with it. I want everybody to know that we're working on this so that when I am ready to sort of pass the baton, the other people can take it and run forward. So we wanted real time to be one of the core goals of the system. The third was collaboration. So often with tools like Sketch, what happens is, so Sketch is only installed on the laptop of designers, MacBooks, right? It's a MacBook only tool. What would happen is, I start designing something, I'm sort of halfway there, my PM maybe knows about it, the developer finds out only when it's his time to find out, or his or her time to find out, which is not right. When you're building new features, it needs to be a collaborative process, so everything can run efficiently. The fourth was communication focused. Now, communication has the tendency to become an overhead because there are always questions like, have you started with this? Or is this on Zeppelin yet? Or the version on Zeppelin, is that the right one? You showed me something else yesterday. Or, yo, send me the link to that design file, or send me the Dropbox link, or it's looking different on my computer. Do I not have the fonts installed? Like, just things like that can add up every single day, months, right? So with these as our goals, let me talk about how we sort of transitioned into Figma. One of the main things about it is Figma is a multiplayer tool. And this is probably the first design tool ever to be multiplayer. What this means is it's a web-based tool with Mac, Windows apps. And in a single design file, a single source of truth, you can see everybody who's on it. So you can see whether it's a PM, whether it's a designer, whether it's a developer, they're all in the same file, and they're watching updates happen real time. Like literally, as I'm drawing rectangles, putting text, they can see this happening on their screen. And I can just click one of the names here to observe what they're looking at right now. And Figma is completely online. So all you need to do is share view access or edit access. This is just the same as Google Docs. If you share edit access, it's for designers. They can edit your file. If you share view access, they can get the values out of it, the same values that they would get out of Zeppelin. And since it's all in one place, everybody is on the same page. So if you have a screen, the designers and developers both know that this is the final thing that I need to be working with. Communication happens within Figma as well. So while a design is going on, let's say I'm on day 2 of my design, a developer can ask me, hey, have you accounted for that flow when users don't have this one thing and then this needs to happen? Right there. And I'm be like, yeah, I'm working on it. This is where it is right now. And I can just mark it as resolved. So all of these communications happen within the design tool. And this makes it very, very efficient and avoids unwanted surprises in the future. And of course, there's transparency. So anybody who's added to the team, on the left side, you have all projects. And then you can see everything that's going on right now. The first file was edited 5 minutes ago. That file was edited 2 hours ago. And then you see the colored circles. It means there's activity there. So like 4 people are currently on that file right now. 1 person is currently on this file right now. So there's never a question of asking for something. If you need to know, you can just go here and you immediately get what you need. So this cuts off a lot of overhead around communication. And of course, it's multi-platform, so it works whatever computer you have. So now let me give you an overview of our design system, how we've structured it, what are the parts to it. So the design system as well, it's one of the projects. Everybody has access to it. Not everybody can edit it. Only 1 or 2 designers on the team can. We have colors. So we have a fixed set of colors. The colors have names. These names are consistent in the design files as well as in the React Native code base. And anytime a designer draws something in Figma, they can just choose, these are the Unacademy colors, these are other colors, and you can just, it's never a case where there's multiple shades of green just because over time slippage happened or something like that. The same thing with typography. So the styles are very clearly defined. Anytime you write something, you can say, okay, this is an H1, this is an H2, these are titles. And the rules around this, the designers typically know that P2 is to be used in cases like that. The icons as well. So we have a custom icon set of about 150 icons. Some of these are category icons, some of them are actions in the app. And we made this a component as well. So anytime you're working on something, you can just, Figma has a search. So you can just search for components and drag and drop into your file. So the way we sort of structured our components, so typically in design systems, you think about atoms and then you think about molecules. Atoms are like the smallest elements that probably repeat across the system. So things like buttons, drop downs, dividers. Now buttons, I still call them atoms, although there's text and then there's a rectangle, because text is not a component. It's just a style that's applied. Molecules could be something like list items or full sections in your app, or maybe the app bar, common Android and iOS elements. And so our main component file, it has all the base components here. The composite components are all sort of arranged like this as well. So at any point of time, if a developer, for example, needs to know what primary buttons look like, or primary buttons with pressed state or a loading state, they can come here. Of course, the development team also has their own set of documentation once they develop this. So both of these always stay consistent. And accessing components. Now, one of the things with design systems is that when you have new designers that join your team, it can be hard to sort of onboard them and get them to start designing at 100% efficiency in the same way that the rest of the designers have been doing for a few months or a few years. And the way the component system helps with this is that every single file, every single design file in Figma, like you say new file and you start, along with your layers, you have a list of every component that exists in the main library. And you can search, you can see visual indications of each. And when you have a screen, you can just drag out header, status bar, button, and within 30 seconds, you have a full screen ready in front of you. So this also makes it really fast to prototype. Let's say you have a concept in mind, you sketch it out, and you show it, and they're like, I don't really see it. You just go to this, within a minute, you have actual screen ready. And this might not be what actually goes out in the end, but this can at least help you communicate what the concept is. And now another hard part about design systems, so if you've tried building a design system in Sketch, one of the hard parts about that is Sketch is a native Mac app. So you have Sketch files that you store in Dropbox, and then Dropbox syncs this to everybody's computer. Let's say I make a change to my team library. There is sometimes a chance where the changes are not reflected when they need to be. And this can creep in the form of an old version of a component versus a new version of a component. So in Figma, the way we handle this is, anytime I go to the main component file, I make a change, it says, do you want to publish this? I type a message, very similar to GitHub. Anybody who's used a component that I just changed will get a notification in every file that they have open right now that uses those components, which says component updates available. This is what was changed. Do you want to update it? And it updates throughout the entire file. So that's about it. That's it for how we did this at Unacademy. Any other questions?
Is there any possibility of versioning designs? For example, you have a drop down, okay, and the next version is, like, say, disable button, disable the drop option, may have want a hover. So is it possible? I'm just curious.
to version it, because in Sketch or something, which is just a binary file, you don't want to see. You can. I don't know if you can see it, the previous differences like that. So is it possible for versioning with who did it?
Yeah.
Kind of.
So let's say you have a component like a button. So I'm going to talk about two cases here. The first is when the button itself changes. So what we typically do in those cases is we take the old component and we put it into an archive file, so that if ever in case we need to bring it back, we can always do that. Talking about multiple states of a component. So based on how you name your components in Figma. So let's say I do button/primary, button/primary with loading. These are all states of the same component.
Yeah, I get it. The states of same, but they're all different. But I'm talking about one specific version, like also like a drop down. I pick one component, right? So and then the design team or the management team wanted another version, and who wanted it? I don't know. I typically when you like in a code, when you change it, you can see it because it's text. You can see it, who changed it, why they change it. I mean, like that. So is it? But typically in a design, like if we are talking about binary files, they're photoshops and all. So there and then you cannot see who changed it, why they changed it.
So the way we do that is we also restrict access to the main component file. So if you look at big organizations like Flipkart, for example, they have dedicated design managers whose job is just to maintain the design system. In our case, we design, like access to edit the components is given to just one designer. So never a change of somebody overwriting that. But in the case of new features, let's say we need a new component, the process usually goes like the designer comes up with a new version of the component, or let's say the PM wants something and it doesn't fit into the current implementations. This is then discussed with the person who manages the design systems. Then we figure out whether there's a need for a new component, or we can use the old one, or add a state to an existing component. And then in design as well as in the React Native component set, all of these updates happen.
Hey Abhinav, I have 3 questions, right? Performance, online only, and how does it fit in with prototyping? You mentioned you're still using Framer and Principle in some situations.
Yeah. So firstly, performance. Figma is web-based. So the tools, the apps that you have on Windows and Mac, they do load web, but it's faster than Sketch. So for example, just something as simple as panning between your design file, it's much faster in Figma. So, and the way I say this is that when you use Figma and you use it for about 10 minutes, going back to Sketch feels like going back to Photoshop. And I've seen this with a lot of designers. So which is why it's something that you can just get hooked to, right? Second is about online. So by default, all files are online, and you do need an internet connection to work. So when you're working in your offices, usually it's typically fine. But in case you do need to work offline, let's say you have a flight, or you want to go into the field, you can download these Figma files as .fig, which means you can work on them offline. And when you do work on them offline, certain features are out. So like you might not be able to access the component library, you might not get changes. But this is like a temporary measure when you do need to do that.
We have one more. We have a question here. That yeah, cool.
So, buddy, yeah, I know you. I have worked with you in the past. So, I have a question that now you, when I was there in your company, An Academy, so you used to work with different tools. Now you have moved to Figma. So, what is your take on like how, like, is there any story when you shifted your team from this particular tool to now this tool, and can you just share?
Switching is really fast. The reason is for that is Figma, you can actually import sketch files. So even if you have your entire system in Sketch, you can directly import that, and within, let's say 10 minutes, all your files are in Figma ready to go. When it comes to other tools, so developers were apprehensive because they were used to Zeppelin, for example. They're like, what is this new Figma thing? Why do I need to use it? But the sort of communication overhead that it cut out, it's like every time I would add something to Zeppelin, I would message saying, new version on Zeppelin. And then somebody tells me to change it, and then I send a message again, new version added to Zeppelin. Like, this was totally cut out. And developers were missing the thing where they get to see the design as it's being made. They would only see it in the end. So just benefits like that of being able to see it anytime. Switching happened for us like within a week.
Hi, I'm a developer, and I mean, this is the first time that I heard about Figma. So my question is, like, is there an extension that like we create components in Figma, and is there any extension that it can be exported to a direct, maybe a React component?
No. So the best it does is it gives you the same values that you would get on Zeppelin.
Okay,
But,
so
no.
SCSS, those parts can be.
Yeah.
Alright.
And Rahul, to answer your question about prototyping as well, sorry I missed on that, is Figma lets you do basic prototypes in the same way that Sketch does. So clickable prototypes, same as Marvel. But so we don't really work with Framer. We haven't found the need to work with real data. But Principle so far did work only with Sketch, but they've recently now added a Figma import as well. So workflow-wise, it stayed pretty much the same. One thing that we do miss in Figma is the use of plugins. So if you're plugin heavy, this thing, you need to figure out alternatives. And a lot of these alternatives are built into Figma as native functionality. But yeah.
Hi. So I am a developer as well, but I was in the other conference room, and I just came, so I do not know whether you've covered this or not. But I've recently started using Figma, and I usually used to do stuff on Illustrator, and it was a pain, to just transfer the files from Illustrator to Figma, because whenever I used to, like copy and paste it, like, there was no documentation on the website. And when I used to copy and paste it, it just used to, like transfer into images. So do you have any idea, like, how do I do that? Because there were like a lot of files, so I have to individually, like select individual groups and then copy it as SVG and then, paste it and stuff. So if you have
So we
like
did face that with our icon set, for example. So our icon set was made in Illustrator and then brought into Figma.
Okay.
For us, SVG import was the way that we did it.
Okay, you guys also did it.
Yeah, we just used SVG import.
Okay.
But
Okay.
in fact, one of the illustrator on our team, she was exclusively using Illustrator. So now a lot of illustrations directly happen in Figma.
Yeah.
Because Figma has a really advanced pen tool that's way better than Illustrator.
Yeah, it's really fast. I mean, I started using it and I fell in love with it.
I wouldn't be surprised if we switched from Photoshop and Illustrator also to
Yeah.
Figma for marketing,
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So have we compared Figma with Framer? Like, has anyone asked this question before? Or
So with Framer initially started as a prototyping tool, but they're trying to become an all-in-one design tool. So now they have something which is Framer X, which is a full tool. So we did compare, but I think two things about it why we didn't switch. One is that Framer X can be really useful if you're doing stuff in React, because it lets you get React components very easily, and it doesn't for React Native. Secondly, Framer X doesn't yet support design systems. So you can do screens, you can design this, but if there's multiple people working on it, you can't really create a system for this. You would just have to have one sketch file which has your components, but there's no concept of updating, versioning, and things like that.
thanks.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, so thank you, Abhinav. Thank you so much. Okay, so before we head on for the lunch break, there are a few announcements to be made. Sensitive data leakages and privacy, BOF is already going on. At 1:40, BOF, Birds of Feather session on functional programming will start. And at 2:40, ethics in design. This BOF session will also start. And at 4:20, we'll also have a BOF on PWAs. So, and that's all for as of now. And we have a building a technical documentation as a product at scale at sharp 2:10. Yeah. So let's meet up again after the lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after the lunch. And before we start, let me inform that at 2:40 p.m. we have a BOF on ethics and design, and as of now, we have Ravi with us, Ravi Suhag from Gojek, and he'll talk about how to do documentation. Whenever we have something which has, whenever we are making product which has like really a lot of tech intensive work, how to make sure that documentation covers everything. So over to him and let's see what he has for us. So over to you.
Hello everyone. My name is Ravi Suhag. And today I'll be talking about once you build like complicated products, complicated data products, or could be anything else, and then how do you communicate that entire thing to your users? So how do you build that documentation as a product all around? Okay, a brief about Gojek. So Gojek is a online platform for ride hailing. In 2010, we started as a phone-based service so anyone can hail ride. But in last over like couple of years, we have evolved as a full platform which hosts kind of more than 18 products, starting from the ride hailing to financial products to even food delivery and different markets. So the business has grown and the complexity of the technology has grown like very rapidly. A little bit about me. I started my career as a designer, turned into a developer, and then was in some time as a data journalist. Then went into data visualization, and these days I'm doing like a lot of data engineering. Agenda. So today we'll talk mostly about. I'll give you a little landscape around data engineering at Gojek, what we do, what kind of products we build. Then I'll talk about Chronicle, which is actually one product which is our technical documentation, and which we treat as a pure product in itself. Then I'll talk about why exactly you need an internal product website when you are just your customers are your internal customers, and still you need a product website. Why do you need a micro website? We'll talk about that. And then we'll talk about the entire process we went through on terms like having nothing to having this proper product website. We'll talk about the process. And then at the end we'll cover like what exactly was the impact of this whole exercise. So let's start. So this is how the entire landscape at the data engineering looks like at Gojek. We have different OMS apps which produce data from different streams, and that goes to a fronting architecture that goes to main streams, which are like a lot of Kafka clusters. Then we have consumers, people who consume this data, and then on one side we have aggregation, where a lot of all this raw data gets aggregated, and then there are teams which consumes that data as well. Then we have certain parts where data visualization happens, where we take this aggregated data and we visualize and give it to our users. Then there is warehousing, then there is infrastructure orchestration, then there is a monitoring piece component, then there is a load testing component, and then there are auto healing components. So this all is how the data engineering landscape looks like. And out of this whole landscape, we have more than 19 teams, internal teams working on different things. And all these teams, data engineering is cross-cutting, and all these teams utilizes products we built for them. So for data engineering, the approach we follow is that we are a small team, somewhere around, I think, 10 people team. And we build products for all these teams. And then the approach we follow is like one thing we definitely focus on is scale. So the scale at which we grow is not linear, because even the number of products and even the business itself has grown to from one product to 18 in the last 3-4 years. And so is the scale of the data, and so is the complexity, and so is the number of the users within the organization. And second is automation. So as soon as the product grows, we also grow into international markets. And when you grow into international markets, you need to set up the whole infrastructure for a different country. And when you want to set up the whole infrastructure for a different country, you want to communicate the same thing for all these different teams as well. So now, as a team of 10 engineers, if you want to do focus on different products as well as their scaling, as well as scaling to international markets, you want to make sure that the entire process is automated and no manual intervention is required. So a lot of what we do, we heavily focus on that. Whatever we do, whatever products we build, whatever the process of setting up the infrastructure is, entire thing is automated. And third is product mindset. So data engineering itself right now is like not there is no data engineering product outside Gojek which we offer to the end customers, right? So data engineering is an internal team which caters to different teams within the Gojek. But we still like operate with a proper product mindset, where we consider ourselves as a like complete B2B product company within Gojek, and we operate in the same fashion. We operate in the same fashion is that we do not ask for like let's say for example access, or in terms of how do you provide documentation, or how do you provide what particular products you are building. So we treat ourselves like a pure B2B company, and we follow the entire cycle, like even starting from building products, collecting requirements, sales, even going to talk to people, showcasing our products. Like the whole process which you see for any enterprise company happens within the company. So all these 10 engineers, they're just like not just developers, but they focus entirely on the full product cycle. So let's talk about like the problems we were facing when we were at the point where we did not have this technical documentation as a product. The biggest thing was that since we were operating as a B2B and we are operating as a complete separate team, communication becomes hard. Like what exactly we are working on. Most of the people at the floor do not understand what exactly data engineering team is working on, and what will be the next in lineup, what next product they're going to release. Then you deploy infrastructure and products for these different teams. Then a lot of support requests starts to come, and that starts to consume our core development time. And given the size of the team, then if you are spending a lot of time into making sure that you have the support request caters to, then that consumes a lot of our development time, and we are not progressing fast on the features track. So a lot of support requests are coming at that time. And the last thing is that it becomes okay. When we are building as an internal product team, right? It's very important that we communicate that like whatever you guys are solving, you're solving certain problems, and whatever you need in terms of data, in terms of consumption, whatever you need, our product is this final solution you're looking for, and you need to communicate that very clearly. And this, without any proper channel to do that, this was getting really hard. And I think this was one of the worst. So we have, I think, in data engineering, we have more than like internal products which data engineering offers to different teams. It's somewhere around 15, 20 like smaller, big products. But like some teams are using certain product, like let's say BI is using certain products, and the developers are using separate products. Data producers using separate, data consumers using separate product. For these particular channels, what happens is that data engineering became equivalent to one particular product. So let's say Firehose is our one particular product, right, for consumption. So for certain people, data engineering is all about, that the team that built Firehose, or let's say there is another product, Daggers, which is mostly caters to BI folks. So for them, data engineering team, the Dagger team. So the landscape was like that. So the entire team became actually equivalent of one particular product team, and that was the problem we wanted to solve. Because if that happens, then these teams are not looking at the other products we are offering, and they are not able to get the full capability out of it, or whatever they can use. So this was I think the biggest problem. Then this is what the end product looks like in our terms. I think the fonts is not visible. But this is the product website look like, which we call Chronicle, and this is a microsite we have built. And if you looked at the the different products outside, for example, Hasgeek products, and you look at the documentation, these are large scale open projects which they offer to the entire the entire ecosystem, and they build very very good documentation around how do you go about using it, why do you use it, and everything. But then we'll talk about that makes sense for them because the product is global and ecosystem is global, and people don't know anything, and they need to communicate that understanding. But how exactly does that fit into an internal organization, right? So we followed actually kind of the same cycle in that front. And this is how the end product look like, where we talk about what data engineering team is doing, what different scenarios we cater to, what different particular products we offer, and the whole cycle. Okay. These then we talk about, like, from product point of view, from developers point of view as well, like what all features developers can use. There are, like, complete knowledge resource websites and everything was there, videos, from content, even documentation, even like everything, even code samples, like starting from just pure why to use it to how to use it to everything. um okay, let's move on to process. So the whole cycle for us was, I think, 2 weeks when we had internal wiki, which was more like a GitLab pages or things like that. Uh, but that's where we started at. Something was there with like small pieces. But then we started the process, and the first thing that's there is that how do you go about research and planning? Like this was a product us, and we were treating it as a complete product, nothing more than that. It's not just a tech documentation. It's not just a README file. It was a full product for us, a product which will communicate what exactly we are doing there. So in planning, what we did is that, as I mentioned, there are different categories of the teams, right? There is BI folks, there are leadership, there are people who are into market section, there are people who are into like pure development, who are the consumers of this data. So first we worked on like designing personas around it. Who are these different kind of people and what kind of products they are using? So you start by mapping different products into different personas, and we heavily use narratives to do that within the team, which I'll talk about in a while. But then we went about this whole process, taking like different set of users, taking different set of our products we are offering, and then doing a mapping of which all particular these users are using which products. And then we sat down to exercise of if we ideally we want them to use these products as well, what is that particular mapping? So categorizing everything and then going about that and talking to people. So communication was the biggest into when we started about research and the planning of this phase. Just ideally in a nutshell, figuring out what exactly users want and what is the next thing they can utilize. The next was preparing content. So what we did is that we, for 2 days, we stopped the entire development. We were not doing any development at all, and the entire team actually sat down, because since it was an entire backlog, right? We did not have anything concrete at that particular point. So we sat down and we did, listed down everything we have, every product we offer and everything, and then went about designing the entire content of that. So in the screenshot, what you look like is that where we are mapping up the entire list of the things. So in the entire list, there are streams. So streams are our Kafka clusters, and these Kafka clusters hold data. And in that data, there are main stream, there is log stream, there is Kong stream, there is tag stream. There are different kind of clusters which hold different kind of data. Now, anyone wants to look, as soon as I told you this, right, there are streams and which hold data. The next question will be, okay, what kind of data? Who's publishing? Who's producing? Who's consuming? What use cases are there? What case studies are there? Who has solved what problems? What kind of problems I can solve? All these things came into your mind, right? So these are the questions which we all gathered into the content design strategy, and we put together all these answers for all these streams, all these aggregation products and everything. So for example, there is a dedicated page for the mainstream. If you, let's say, if you visit products, then we talk about like all these streams are listed here: mainstream, upstream, aggregation products are listed, experience products are listed, products around warehousing, products around data infrastructure. So if we go to one of the stream, this lists down like all the overview, application, topics it's listing, publishing, consumption, entire architecture of it, where exactly you can monitor that particular stream, what are the case studies of it. So all this entire thing is listed here. What is the scale of the data here? 7 days of retention. We get on the mirror, you get 3 months of data retention. How many events are publishing there? Who are consuming? How many topics? How much data is there in that particular stream? So, and this is for just one thing, right? We prepared this entire content for everything, every piece of data we were offering. Even after doing that this entire cycle, since this landscape is so huge that there are a lot of sections which are not like documented, but we tried our best into making sure that the entire thing is documented. Then that's after research is done, we have the content ready, and the content is actually pretty extensive, right? Then how do we go about designing it? How do we want to communicate it? So if you look at the as a term like data engineering team itself, you will hardly correlate design with a data engineering team. If you talk about data engineering team, what comes to your mind is that okay, there are the people who are like pure nerds or pure developers, and they focus more purely on the code, right? And you will design will be the last thing that you will look into. But it's not the case for us. We actually focus a lot on the design, and since like even for me, let's say, my background has been into design. So design, we've like everything we build, we make sure that it's well designed, not from the even from the development point of view, even from the representation point of view. So even for this particular product, we wanted to make sure that it looks good, and people, whoever is looking into it, actually it feels good and looks good. Consumption has to be, experience has to be good, but yeah, we care about the look and feel as well. We care about, if you look at a lot of architecture diagrams, usually what people do is let's say you pick MonoDraw or you pick any other tool out there, and you just pin down boxes and you just make the entire diagram. But we wanted to get away from that as well, and we wanted to make that experience also pretty well. So when I explained the landscape, even that is a part of which the architecture design, components we designed on our own. So what we have in the design language is that we have a complete UI kit which specifically focus on the data engineering, and what it has is certain components which you can utilize to even design the architecture diagram. So let's say, for example, we have a Kafka cluster piece, right? So there is a component which represents one particular cluster, one particular stream. We have automation tool. Let's say we have a Firehose as a product. There is a full component which lists down Firehose as a product. But if you want to represent Firehose itself, then there is a smaller components which you can utilize for this whole thing. In terms of tooling, we just simply built it with the Sketch, and then exported these components as a symbols in Sketch. So all these UI kits are actually symbol in Sketch, which the entire team uses centrally. So not like a pure design team or something, but we still follow the same guidelines which a pure designing team will follow. Now that's to design architecture diagrams and everything, right? And as I talked about, we believe a lot into narrative design. So whenever we come up with a product, what we do is directly go out and build a narrative around it. With narrative, I mean is that if we have to communicate that particular product, and that particular communicate has to communicate with the user, how you will go about it. Some user will ask some certain questions. I'll tell certain answers. So even for our CLI tools, let's say for example, we build, right? Even for a simple CLI tool, we build product narratives, and not like, okay, this is the CLI, this it has to do. But there is a complete product narrative around it. And then even to distribute our products to different people, we have a complete design set of brochures and the kits and the print materials as well, which we use whenever we go for showcases and everything. So yeah, so given in cell, so we have this entire library of the UI kit, even the narrative design, and then the entire design language is there, which we utilize to communicate our product, to build architecture diagrams, and even to build narratives around it. And all of this is actually maintained and self-utilized by data engineering team. So these are some of the components utilized to build the architecture diagrams. And this is one example of the product narrative. So this is one of our tool, Odin, which is a infrastructure orchestration tool. So any user will just so Odin here is saying, I'm Odin Almighty God. User will ask what all you can do, and it tells, okay, I can safely create infrastructure for you. I can create data clusters. I can create Firehoses. I can create consumers. I can replicate your entire infrastructure to a different country as well. Then people can just simply say, okay, I want to create new data infrastructure, and I want to create it for this particular city. And then it can just ask, okay, how many data clusters you want? Do you want different streams of the data, or for this new particular region, you just want certain streams? So this is the narrative we designed before even starting to design the service itself. How exactly people, what will be the best narrative user can have with this particular service to make sure the experience is good. And what we are talking about is a backend service which is REST service, API calls. So even to design that API call, we make sure that there is a narrative around it way before we go into the development or way before we go into the coding. That comes when exactly we are envisioning that particular product. Okay, in terms of developing Chronicle, so we wanted it to be, so since like a lot of this is data intensive, right? And this data is growing every day. There are new streams coming, new products coming. So we wanted to make sure that this website, whatever micro website we build, can pull data from different services, our metadata services, and can always stay updated. And we wanted to make sure, since we are developers, we don't want to spend a lot of time after, once we have finished like core development, we did not want to spend a lot of time writing HTML, CSS, and doing all this. So we wanted to make sure that whatever bare bones structure we set up and we spend time into it, later we can make sure that you can always fill custom design layouts into it without much effort. And indexing and product categorization happens so fast that you just provide certain tags to it, and the entire thing falls into the place on its own. So even our product manager doesn't have to write any code after we finish the bootstrap, and then they can just specify certain tags, write certain markdown, and it automatically falls into where exactly on the entire microsite it has to go. Okay, I can show you. Okay, so if you look at that, this is the boilerplate. So if someone has to add one particular section, all they have to define is this metadata. What is this title about, tagline, description, which path it belongs to, which category it belongs to, which position it belongs to, what are the tags, and when it's written. And as soon as you define that, it automatically knows on the entire website where it has to fall. Does it belong to developer documentation? Does it belong to product which is more focused on the end user in terms of BI and people who are like non-developers? And what I have to do with it? And then just someone just write the simple markdown around it and automatically fills into it. What exactly it helps us in is into just making sure that we can continuously do it. So that it becomes as soon as as close as to that as you add comments in your code, simply you just write simple markdown here and it automatically goes to the microsite properly. So after that particular process happened and we were ready with the entire microsite, what we wanted to do is deliver it to our users, and our users are like internal teams. So the process we follow, and this is not just for this particular micro website, this we follow for any product we build. So we do showcases. So we followed the same process for us, because for us it was no less than a product. So we went about doing showcases. In showcases, we invite certain teams and we told them that, okay, this is the product, this is what it can do for you. You can look through all the use cases. You don't have to come to data engineering for all your needs and to understand what exactly we offer, what exactly what is the landscape of the data inside the Gojek. And then we printed brochures and we did all those cycles. We had personal interactions with the people as well, talking to product managers. How do you feel about the entire experience, entire micro website? Does it help you into reaching from point A to point B, where you don't know anything about data engineering, what we offer, and you still have, at the end of the day, you still have good understanding of how you can go about it. In terms of adoption, so there are in Bangalore office for Gojek, we are around 300 developers, and this is how the active users and weekly active users looks like. So users were pretty good. People were extensively looking into it. I can't say that we still have reached that entire stage where everyone is using it and this is the single source of the truth and they don't have to come to the data engineering. But I think still we are at a really good position from where exactly we were, in terms of a lot of people using it, and a lot of the requests which were coming earlier are not coming to us. And once you ship something, right, and then you give it to your users, and you feel the same things when they give you feedback about. So these are some feedback from people. They talk about, okay, this is one of the best documentation within the org we have built, or within the different company. If the people have experience working with different companies, they have seen. You will see a lot of good documentation, as I gave example of Hasgeek, right, and or other any large open scale project. You will see really good documentations they build, and but you will hardly very often. It's not very often that you see this kind of efforts put into building a technical documentation for an internal product for a team of 300 engineers internally. that just shows that how much the team itself is care about the product and how much value it can bring in total. Few lessons learned, like as I talked a little about it, destination is a myth. I won't say we are in that perfect situation. I still won't say that we are close to it. I think we are still very far, and it's an ongoing process. And there are a lot of sections where people still feel like they don't have the entire understanding of where exactly the data is. And but I think we are we are a good situation from where exactly we were like before doing this. And I think with continuous progress, this is the way to go. And I think we can solve most of our problems into giving the entire landscape knowledge to people within the org with this microsite itself. And um, I would say like your documentation, whatever you are building, right? Even if you buy a single product from a market, it always comes with a handy guide. Does not matter how simple that particular product is. If that documentation is not there, the only thing you will do is you will do a trial and error, right? You will try to figure out what this particular button does. Let's say, for example, even for a washing machine. Since we use it, it's fine. But if it's a new product, you would need that particular documentation to start with. This documentation can come in form of a video. It can come in terms of picture. It can come in terms of a text, right? But that has to be there. And it's not just a product, it's a part of the entire product experience. So if you're building a product, it's even an internal product, even if it's a REST API, right? It's a product. It's a product to someone. Someone is going to be the user of it. So I would say focus as much as you want. If you focus on the product, focus as much as on the documentation itself, because from my point of view, documentation is extension of your product. It's extension of your entire product experience. Next lesson we learned is that communication does not matter even if you build the entire product website and you communicate it to people. Still, always make sure that you have personal interaction with the people to figure out what exact problems you are solving. This happens. This applies to even if you have a very genuine experience delivery or does not have, but always make sure that the communication is there and communication matter. And in whatever form you do it, you make sure that you do it. And then fourth is that if you look at as different, I talked about these open source projects. So what they have is a dedicated team. Usually everything you will see that they will have a dedicated team of 3-4 developers working on it, 3-4 people who are good at writing pure technical documentation. There are 3-4 designers who are involved into it. So there is largely a pretty huge team focused on just making sure that it is communicated to the users. What I want to bring out is that it's good. They need it maybe for serving such a large ecosystem, but it's not necessary. We were a team of 10 developers doing still the same thing and still maintaining it. No designer were involved, no extra front-end developers were involved, no one else was involved. And then the entire cycle actually just took us close to 2 weeks, starting from planning to finishing the entire product and even doing showcases. In 2 weeks, the entire thing was done. And after that, it has been a continuous exercise that as you write comments in your code, you just write certain markdown lines in the code, and the entire thing just keeps on rolling on its own. So you can still deliver. You don't have to specifically focus or put your mind into that. Okay, you need a dedicated team. It cannot be done without that. I mean, I would say you can be. Even a team of 2-3 developers can deliver the same experience which a dedicated team can do. So developers are good enough for this particular job. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it from my side. But if you have certain questions around any of the entire thing, I'll be happy to take them. Sure.
Code base is changing pretty fast.
Yeah.
So then, how do you make sure that your documentation is up to the pace? Because that is one problem I have seen.
Sure. Okay, let me put together this microsite I'm talking about, then the chronicle I showed. This is not actually your code documentation. What it is your product documentation. Yes, if your product features are changing, then you just go and change the markdown files a little bit. It's as soon as you are documenting something. Let's say if your API contract is changing, for example, right? You would document it somewhere. So it close to exactly the same as that. If your API contract is changing, let's say you have a Postman collection, you will go change the request features there as well. If you're not doing that, you should do it. But for us, it's the same as maintaining that as well. As soon as one contract changes, we change certain markdown things and whatever it's referring to. If there are new features coming, we update that. It's part of our agile iteration cycle. From verification, story goes to the production when this is done and it's documented. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, the joint Q&A session will start at 2:50, right? So the joint Q&A session will shortly start. So it's like 2 or 3 minutes left.
Hello, guys. I'm Jagdish, and we have a panel of earlier and also future speakers, I believe. We have some who are here to talk. Yeah. So we will do a quick Q&A with them. So, what I feel is like people over here are interested in having design systems in their organizations, but maybe you might be having questions around how to set up or how to get started. So if you have any questions right now, you can ask, or I have a couple of questions that I can ask. Do you have anyone with any questions? No? Yeah.
Hello. So I think you've heard my question already. But what's the first thing that you do? How do you go about it? Which is, first steps.
So usually the first step is auditing what you already have. It starts with take a screenshot of every single screen in your app. Let's say we're talking about app, for example. Every single flow, every single part of your app that's used very frequently, document all of it together. Then once you have visibility of what your entire app looks like in your design tool, just screenshots, you can start auditing now. So you can say that this type of button is used in multiple places. Or let's say now that you have this, you want to come up with a new design system, a new visual design system. You want to change a lot of things about your app. This gives you the baseline to figure out what are the elements that repeat. And now once you've seen this, once you've identified the elements, then you can start creating a list of what you need to do. So primary buttons, secondary buttons, these are the different types of text styles. These are the different colors we use. These are the different types of components, lists, cards, things like that. And then now that you have a list of everything, you can now start designing all of this. Once you've designed it, then you can put some processes around that, create your systems, figure out how the other designers on your team are going to work with it, how developers are going to work with it, and that's the start. Yeah.
Yes, as Abhinav mentioned, if you have already something like that, that's how you go about it. But in case you don't have anything, let's say you are starting from the plain site, right? Then I think where you can go about is just talking to the people for you are building the product and trying to figure out which particular components you will have. For example, let's say you might need a card if you want to show some listing, and then that way you can just figure out what are kind of different kind of unique components you might need, and then maybe drill down to the smaller one. Okay, within a card, what kind of call of actions you might need. Maybe you need a button. You can go about, okay, what different kind of call of actions can be there in the entire application we are building, whether it's an app or it's a web platform or could be anything, right? So you can go either from the top down top down approach or a bottom up, like it's up to you. But so start figuring out, I think the most of the thing you need to focus on reusability, what you can reuse, and just categorize that particular entire thing.
And to add a point, not everybody needs a design system. If you're just about 3 designers, for example, that's maybe when you'll start feeling like you need it. Under that, you don't need it at all. If you're just starting out, your app doesn't exist yet and you're still making it, you don't need a design system. That's something you can do later to have more efficient processes in place for future development.
Like Avino mentioned, we did a redesign. So we redesigned an existing app and we added a lot of features to it. So because we are redoing the whole thing, we had a lot of wireframes. We started with, took existing things, saw how we could optimize the user experience in a lot of features. From this wireframes, we figured out the more holistic view of the product. So we took several screens which looked like the most complex ones in terms of functionality and what user could do there, and kind of visual elements also it contained. We designed all 4. We used design of those 4 screens as a way to establish the new visual language and kind of start building the first steps of the design system itself. So then these components from the 4-5 screens, they went into the first layer of design system, and then we started, as we added more things, we could either take something from the existing repository or we could add to it. So and a slight change to what Abhinav said about whether you need a design system or not. Yes, you may not need a full-fledged design system. So the beauty of design system is you can contextualize it for your product, for who your audience is going to be, how many people are going to use it, and who is going to involve in all these things. They are configurable. I mean, there is no hard set rule that if you do only this much, it's called a design system. I mean, it is possible that within your organization, a simple component sheet and kind of set rules about typography, colors, and everything is enough. It may not be a system at the scale of, say, a material design or something, but within the context of your product, that's still a documentation. You can still write down the principles of how you actually came to certain decisions and everything. So that is your design system. It doesn't have to be as big as a material design or a Shopify Polaris or anything. In the context of what you are doing, that is your system. That's it.
So one thing that I feel is like, so like Abhinav said, with a small team, you don't really need a design system in place, but then there should be something in place for doing it. See, a lot of people over here might be working for mid-sized startups or mid-sized organizations. So for these organizations, how do they justify the time and effort that is spent in establishing a design system? Because end of the day, the business is going to come back and say that, what is my ROI on this? So how do you justify that as well? So because one of the first things that when you want to set up a design system within your org is like you want to convince developers as well as convince your business stakeholders that yes, there is value in doing this. So how do we do that? If you are answering something.
I was actually going to answer the previous question. I can still answer a part of this question after that. I'm an engineer mostly. I will call myself a mostly engineer. I actually don't have a lot to say about how to make design systems happen or where to start, but in addition to what was already said, I would say that talk to an engineer. Auditing your design or your existing design system is very easy because code is unforgiving. Unlike a design tool, code is reflective of what your design system is today. Components are captured and they have names in code. They must. That's how we write code. Flows, components that or things that you haven't even thought of it as a designer but are apparent in the product are captured in code. Reflect on that and jot it down. That's a good way to go. And ROI, again, from an engineer standpoint you don't have to justify that to a to an engineer because reducing the number of components in code or even making them more clear is only going to make an engineer more happy. So at least that one part you don't have to worry about.
But in terms of business, when you need to convince, let's say the CEO, you need to convince product managers, business units, whoever, design systems improve efficiency. The reason they do this is they give more visibility to everybody. It helps onboard new engineers and new designers much faster, and new features can easily be built out if you have a good documentation. So when you talk about very big organizations, they have dedicated people who manage design systems. Just that's their only job. Mid-size organizations, usually you will put a designer and a developer in charge of it. Maybe they take a few weeks, 2 weeks maybe. And then that's a one-time investment, and then you revisit it maybe a few months later when significant changes have been made.
Yeah, just to actually clarify like on conversation. So I think all the things we are answering, when we actually mention the design system, what we're actually taking into account is that even the design components are there and you have their respective developed component in whatever thing you are coding into, right? If it's a web app, then you have a, let's say HTML, CSS, or maybe React component ready for it. Or if you are building into, app, then you have your your Android app or iOS component built into it. So I think most of the questions we have answered, we are thinking that you have this whole thing in place and you are not stopping at your design component just being a design piece. If your design team is small and that's the point you are like stopping at, we have just used a reusable module for small designs and buttons, then it's not going to bring that much ROI value, and if your team size is small. But you have built corresponding development component for it, then for developers and interfacing between designers and developers, that saves a lot of time and efficiency, as Abhinav mentioned. So I think when we talk about, we are considering into account that you are actually building it to the level where even the development component of that corresponding component is there in the place.
So again, I slightly differ because although that helps in a lot of things, like you don't have to test everything again if you have your developed components and everything. So it does help there. That, I mean, don't let that be a strict definition of what design system can or cannot be. I mean, because to me as a designer, I see it more as a documentation of principle also. And I was recently, like, I saw at other talk, Airbnb was talking about their design system where they have covered everything that they have like already passed the point that we all are kind of aspiring to get to, right? So now they are looking at how to apply a design system thinking, or rather a design system to the user journeys of their flows and everything. So they are taking it one level to the user experience part of it and kind of setting up rules for that, how to approach that. And then next ambition is to apply it to kind of human values of what their product could be. So I would say that the definition is constantly evolving, and saying that it can only be this and not anything else would kind of become limiting in its own nature. So define again, it's complete in the context of what you are doing within your product. That's where you can start.
And that definition changes with scale as well. So like at my company, we have 4 designers. Something like Flipkart, you might have 30, closer to 50. Airbnb has about 400 designers. Facebook has about 800 designers. So the questions that you're asking is, it's probably different at every scale. Importance is different at every scale, and probably the goals are also very, very different at those scales.
Hello. Yeah. So my question is regarding how do you deal with visual regression? So two things which I personally try to implement design system in my own team, and one thing is there is the design system is kind of keep on evolving. Like initially things are not very clear, and as you keep on dealing with a lot of things and implement things, design system gets finalized or materialized. Second thing is design and development both go hands on hand. You have like certain components in design, you need to have exact similar development or engineered component also present. If the button is something which you have defined a button, same thing you have not written a code about it in, let's say, using bootstrap or whatever is there, it's kind of pointless. So what happens usually is you have this one design system, and let's say since your design system is evolving, you make one change, the developers go on and implement the same change, and somewhere in the corner of the web the things get broken. So that keeps on happening. So when you mention that design system improves efficiency, I agree with it, but it also increases a lot of visual regression. So how do you deal with it?
I think a lot of this happens. I think it's not the problem with the design system itself, I would say. I think it's the problem. I mean, not sure. I mean, in your case, but I think most probably the problem lies in the way you write code about it. And I think more sometimes problem also lies into like what kind of choices are made. So for example, if I made choices like, when I started designing my components, there was some button I wanted of, let's say, 4 pixel of height, or let's say like whatever, the margin I wanted 4 pixel, and then in some places I wanted margin 5 pixel or something like that. There are variations of the one button, let's say, for example, like that. Like in some cases, I think what we do is we end up making these hard choices where we want to have, let's have a custom component for 4 as well as 5. And if something places we need 6, it looks better than just have a 6. I think a lot of it comes by bringing this complexity that somewhere because of that small customization, something broke. So from my point of view is that try to get rid of that. If there is a 4 pixel, 5 pixel, I don't think it's going to change the world in that way. And try to become as minimal as possible. So that's, I think, from the larger approach. But I think if you get minute to it, is then I think a lot of it becomes to the way you are writing code. If you are writing the code in a like very coupled fashion, it might happen. But if your code structure is good, I think it should not happen, and that is the whole goal should be that if you change that component one place, it should actually flow at every place.
With speed comes churn, and with churn comes regression. That's the way I think about it. So if you can go really slowly and do this waterfall, right? Come up with a design system, build all the components, design all the components, then build them. You have everything neat, but this is never the reality, right? Like you have to start with like your first go at it, and then like build up from there slowly. And as and when things change, you have regression. That will happen. Accept it. But what can you do to make things better is twofold. One is bottom up, one is top down. With the bottom up approach is that you do it slowly over time, right? Which is what in engineering you'd call refactoring. But I believe that in principle it applies to design as well. And there's nothing different really about the process. Take your design and you want to change it slightly, do that, and look at its effects on other components. And once in a while, when you feel that a new feature has necessitated this thing, go make that change. However, while if you make many of these changes, there is enough fluidity in the system that you're unsure what things should be. And that's where a top-down approach might really help. Like for example, writing down an architectural decision record on software side might really help. Similarly, writing a design system might really help. So it has to be both at all times, and it depends on the cost at the time. Like for example, the amount of investment that you need in order to make a design system is high, but you can make incremental improvements to that at all times. I don't know if I'm being clear here, but what I'm saying is when you have the time, try to do top down. When you don't have the time, try to do bottom up as much as possible. Catch up.
So having a design system in place does make it easier for people to like build newer applications or to get all applications into the similar visual language, right? But do you think that this also brings in a design fatigue where like let's say I'm going to build a completely new application, and let's say I'm a product manager, I want to build a new application. I have some ideas in mind, so I go and let's take Gojek's case. So like Gojek has the microsite where I can go in, I have a look at what all available components I have, and then I feel that okay, I have these things, I want this thing, but maybe the current components are not going to address my need. So maybe I'm changing my needs to attune myself to the to what my design library is providing. So how do you deal with cases like this where you want to still have people innovating on your applications, but then still face the churn of getting new components into place which will actually address your requirements? So how do you handle that?
I think for the specific particular use case I talked about, it's the scale in itself is not that huge that we kind of face that particular situation. But I think largely it comes down to like how often it is coming. If that new particular feature request or component is coming like so often, usually it should fit into like a lot of use cases you already have ideally, right? Because if let's say for example, if take a like very small example, which I was mentioning in the earlier example as well, like how many of these variations are coming, and can you actually make sure that it fits into the one of the existing one as well? So I think from the mindset point of view, the way I like on the personal note, I would start to do is like saying no to any new feature or component that is coming. And I think in 80% of the times you will find yourself exactly this thing is fitting into it. And when there is no answer to it, then I think that particular component needs a space in the design system. But I think as the time goes on to it, if you keep your answer as a strict no, that okay, it's not coming, how it's not coming, and just try to find a place to make it and fit into the system, I think most of the cases you will find. If not, I think then you need it there.
So usually when designers, let's say they're working on a new feature, they might feel creatively limited. If all I can do is pick up these components and put it together, it's just like sticker sheets. Like what is my job? Am I just arranging components? Right? That can creep in. And the answer is just that at least what we do is whenever there's something new, the designers for very basic stuff like buttons, regular components, they use whatever's available. But usually for composite components, this is where the need for custom comes in. So you might have a new type of list item on a different page. This might need a new component. So they design the best solution, keeping in mind that, okay, if I can eventually convince them to add this new component. And then it's about who is enforcing this. So whenever we have a design review, it's about, okay, what were your reasons behind coming up with this new component compared to this? And this kind of reasoning, having designers go through that really makes them think about their work. That's how they improve as designers. And this is usually the way we figure out new component or version of an existing component.
So actually, after my talk, someone did come up and ask me about this thing because there was coffee right after it, so people had time. Again, the way I see design system is more than the component sheets and the later efficiency part. That's absolutely important. I see it more as a way to lay down the principles and rationalize your choices as a designer, so that when you are discussing, debating any component or anything, any solution, let's not even call them components. You are designing new solutions which are completely new and not part of the existing patterns in your thinking or in your repository. You can discuss them rationally and not just because you feel like it. I mean, it's not because you saw something new on Dribble, a new button style on Dribble, and you want to use it here. You kind of rationalize the use of something, and after that, if the new idea stands the test of that rationalization, by all means, it can become part of the design system. Also, other thing is how frequently it's going to be reused, because that's also one of the purposes. I mean, if it's something you're only doing for one time, you have one new landing page come up where you want to try something different, maybe first option is always to go through what you already have, reuse that. But if the push is strong enough that you want to try something new, do it in new places, test it, obviously, how that works out. If it's performing better than, or in many ways, if it performs better than what you already have, probably it has a place in your design system as well. So this is design system should actually encourage all the designers more to rationalize why they are coming to the conclusion they are coming. I was also asked why I picked the typefaces I picked. So the entire thing, like how we went from 4 typefaces to the final one we had, is part of that documentation. So a new designer, it's also about not about the size. One designer will move away and take all the knowledge with her, right? So how is the new person going to adjust to that? That if that knowledge stays in form of design system, then the new person can immediately start thinking about it, and then they can debate, okay, why is this using Roboto? I think I have a better option, right? So it's more about that also, not only like efficiency and everything. Yes, that's fine. That's also a little more. And the other thing is take out all the busy work of redoing the same thing over and over again, because the history of design system or similar framework already exists in print and newspaper design, and they design something new, well, pretty much new every day, right? We design on weekly basis. They design a new product every day. So if they didn't have a set of rules and visual language and everything in place, they probably wouldn't be able to do that at all. So what they do is they do the editorials in a very any slightly different way, reusing the visual style of the existing visual style. But for all the busy work, they just reuse the stuff that's already there.
Hello. Okay, I was thinking of asking this when Tejas was speaking today. As a designer, when you have to do a new product, what's your core deliverable? What do you think is the core deliverable, the design system or the product itself? Or in other words, what derives itself of which? So is the design system a byproduct, or is the product a byproduct?
So because I work as a consultant, for me, whatever client pays for. But ideally, I would, depending on the scope of the product itself and what the product tries to do, I at least try to make it a point to deliver some sort of system or documentation on what I've done. So even if it's a small e-commerce website, in that case, it could simply be like all the design decisions in terms of a component sheet and typography, colors, and everything, and why we chose those things. So the design system is comparably very small, right? But still, there is a documentation, so the dev can start from there. They don't have to go through the entire product to figure out the number of components they have to build. They have because as a designer, I should have done that job already for them. It makes their work easy. So yeah, I mean, it's very much contextual for me. At least it's very much contextual, because I don't work on one thing. I mean, by the nature of my work, I don't work on one thing for very long time and through many iterations. That is my take on it. But on the same thing, Abhinav might be working very differently because he works on a product for longer period. So
the design system is the byproduct. Product is the thing that matters, and we update it. So since we don't have a dedicated person to the managing the design system, we update the design system once every couple of months when enough has changed. But at bigger organizations, when you have a lot more designers, you have one person whose job is just design systems. So in that case, both happen together. Yeah, yeah.
And I think, as I mentioned, right, it's a byproduct. So your key metrics should not be actually just the delivery of building these components and giving it to someone, but I think consistency and the time saved for the developers to add new thing or bringing in new things. I think those are the things you look at, finally when you have this entire thing rolled out. So I think from my point of view, these are the two things I look for. Like, is my entire product consistent, and does the having the design system in place brought that? And second is that if I'm adding something new, how much time it saved for me. So I think that for me, that is what I'm measured for.
We can take other questions outside. Yeah,
just one thing to add to it. So just to simplify, you cannot deliver a design system on its own without designing the product also, right? I mean, I don't think one can get hired to say, okay, we have a product, but can you just give us a design system? I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that.
I think we can take other questions later on. On for the next talk.
Hello. So now we have Sohan here. Yesterday he delivered an amazing workshop on how to make Alexa skills, and today we have here for giving a talk on voice UI and how designing for the ear differs from designing from the screens. So over to you, Sohan.
Check. Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, good afternoon. I see a couple of familiar faces who were there for the workshop yesterday. So let me introduce myself again. My name is Sohan. I work in Amazon as an Alexa evangelist. My job involves helping developers build skills for Alexa, right? And part of that involves talking about voice design. Now, a lot of people ask me give me some tips about building skills, or what are the key components of building a skill. And what I usually say is the tech part is easy. We just did that in a workshop yesterday, but the tricky part is actually designing for voice, because it's very different from what we've been used to, which is essentially designing for screens. We're used to designing for web or mobile, and I'm sure you guys have done that. So let's talk a little bit about voice user interfaces and how it differs when you're designing for the ear as opposed to designing for the eye. I'll give you a small, I'll set some context first and look at how we have interacted with tech so far. Right, and we've started in the 70s with character mode, which was when the era of the personal computing really started. And we went from character mode, which is essentially small black and white monitors with keyboards attached where you enter text commands. We went from there to the era of GUI, right, graphical user interfaces, which still exists, of course, but it first started in the mid 80s, where you essentially had operating systems that were visual in nature. So you could see a file on the desktop, or you could move this piece of hardware around that would translate onto the screen. And remnants of that still exist today, of course, with your Mac OS and your Windows and your Linux and stuff like that. But that was for the first time in the mid 80s. In the mid 90s, things changed to the era of the web. And to access websites, for the first time, you could get information on your fingertips. And to really access that information, you had to use this thing called a browser, right? And when we first started using browsers, we were introduced to so many new UI elements and new ways to actually get information. In the mid 2000s is, I think, something we're all familiar with, the era of the mobile, right? Where essentially we went from really basic phones with small screens and keypads that were fairly clunky to the advanced smartphones that we have today. And think of the sort of interactions that you have on your phone today, right? Like a swipe right, or pull to refresh, or how you zoom a page by pinching in. Those are some of the interactions that didn't exist before. But thanks to the advancements in tech, and thanks to how tech has really evolved, how we interact with tech has also evolved. So if you see, every 10 years or so, there's a change in how we have really interacted in tech. And as if on time, sometime in the present, in the 2010s, mid 2010s, we finally moved to the era of a voice user interface. Now, you might think, as humans, voice is something that comes naturally to all of us. We communicate via voice and language. Why did it take so long? Right? If you've seen a lot of science fiction in the early 1900s, or if you've read a lot of science fiction in the early 1900s, having like these robots that talk was like the sort of fever dream, right? That was that and flying cars, and I think we're working on both right now. So why now, you think? The reason is it wasn't so simple. But only now we finally have the speech to text capabilities, we have the data, we have the data processing power, we have the network power. So all of this has finally sort of come along, for us to be able to talk to machines and hear an intelligent response, right? So at Amazon, we sort of believe that voice represents the next major disruption, which means that we will be talking with machines, we will be interacting with machines via voice a lot more, at home, at your workplace, at your university, in your car, and so on. Right, so I promise this is the only marketing slide, but this is the Amazon Echo. Essentially, it's a device that lets you voice control your world, and yeah, it's a great device. If you own one, you probably used it already. On the Echo, there are a lot of things you can do built-in. You can ask the weather, control your smart home lights, do like household reminders, set alarms, all these typical sort of things. But you can really enhance the capabilities of an Echo device by using something called a skill. A skill on an Alexa-enabled device or an Echo device is like an app on your phone, right? How on your phone you can do a few things, but you download apps to do a few more things, right? So that is just to set some context about what a skill is, what an Echo device is, what Alexa is, and so on. So let's get into the meat of things, right? So we all have been designing for different platforms for a while now. Of course, few of you all might have started with desktop. Most of us probably started on the web or on mobile. So we've sort of got an idea of what designing really means. But like I said, so far we've been designing for tech which included screens, right? And one thing we can take away is that when you focus on the user and when you focus on the platform, you sort of get like a good user experience. But it takes a lot of effort, right? When the web first came around, it wasn't always pretty like it is now. I don't know if it seems like a fairly young crowd, but the early days of the internet, the websites really sucked. It was terrible, right? Basically, people had no idea of what to do, so they just put in as much, as many like logos and flashing GIFs and marquee text on it as they could, right? And honestly, I know there's a government thing happening next door, but a lot of our government sites looked like that in the early days, which was a little embarrassing. But of course, now it's a lot better, right? Because we finally had like templates and block templates, and people finally understood the web. We went through the same thing when we moved from web to mobile, right? When, I don't know if you guys remember surfing a website on your mobile when smartphones just became a thing, but you had to like zoom in like 300 times to read like one line of text because responsive design wasn't a thing back then. It took a lot of people to think about design and to really think about the sort of paradigms that would work not just on mobile but also on your laptop and desktop. And then people thought, hey, we should probably have a uniform sort of experience. And then they came out with responsive design. So now reading a website on your phone, assuming it is mobile responsive, is a fairly easy task. It's the same with voice though. When voice was launched like few years ago, people just sort of they either assumed like it could do everything. There are of course limitations in tech when in natural language understanding and so on, but they also still sort of thought, hey, let's port the sort of experiences that we have had on mobile and web, right? Just take the same thing. I want to be the first in this space, like first prime mover advantage and that sort of thing. And they sort of ported those real experiences without thinking about the fact that it's a different platform altogether, right? You're designing for the ear and not for the eye, so things change. So we're still at a phase, I think, where similarly how people used to zoom in on mobile web, we're still at that phase with voice design, right? And it's going to take a lot of design thinking from people such as us to really sort of nail the voice experience on voice user interfaces. But that's what we're here to do. So let's talk about some differences when you're actually designing for voice versus designing, for the eye. I think the biggest sort of difference is this, where with your eye, you expect uniformity, but your ear really expects variety. How we really look at graphical user interfaces is we sort of teach ourselves what something does. Yeah, so if you go to a website or you go to an app, you sort of want an uniform experience there. If, for instance, like an Amazon or like a Google decides to change how their website looks, and you go to that website, you've been using Google search for the last 20 years, suddenly that search bar isn't there anymore, right? They've added like another button that leads to a search bar. We're all going to be very disoriented for a while because we're so used to it being there. We sort of teach ourselves that, okay, this button does this. Just as an experiment, if you want to, sort of, if you don't believe me, take out your phones and look at the location of the app that you use the most, right? And change it around. Change the location of, I'm guessing it's either WhatsApp or Snapchat or Instagram or whatever. Change the location of that app. You will see that the next time you want to use the app, you will go to where it previously was because we sort of trained ourselves for that app to be there. That's how we learn user interfaces when it comes to screens. With voice though, it's not quite the same. The ear, for some reason, it's designed that way, but doesn't like repetition as much, right? You want a lot of variety. So you really sort of need to keep that in mind while designing your voice user interface. With GUI, like I said, again, there is a defined happy path. If I go to an Amazon or a Flipkart, I know that clicking on these 4 buttons will take me to a page that says buy, and clicking on the buy button is done, right? So there is a defined happy path to do something. If I go to a travel website, I know that first I have to enter the details of where I want to go. Then, I enter my personal details and then I pay and it's done. I can't do much outside of what the website really provides me, right? There are buttons, there are menus, there's a search bar, but that's pretty much it. So there's a defined happy path to do something. Again, with voice, there is no such guidance. You can hint at the user to do something, but at the end of the day, the user can say whatever they want, right? So it's really up to you to sort of figure out what to do. Also, again, all the words that you see on a graphical user interface are designed for writing, right? Or, reading. And on voice, though, you're designing it for speaking. Yeah, a good example, I think, outside of tech is the Harry Potter movies. Has anyone read the books and seen the movies? I'm guessing most of you all, right? So you'll actually notice that the dialogues in the books are a lot different from what you hear in the movies, because how we read a dialogue versus what is said in a movie or in a cinematic visual experience is a lot different. Yeah, so there is like a sort of slight difference there as well. And finally, and this might not be in every case, but largely, when you interact with a screen-based device, especially a mobile phone, it's a very individual interaction, right? You're largely like talking or interacting with that mobile phone just by yourself. So even at a social gathering, if there's a question about, say, hey, does Virat Kohli have like the most ODI hundreds now? Let's find out. People pull out their phones, but that interaction you're checking, it's still an individual sort of interaction. Whereas voice is a far more communal sort of interaction. The way at least Alexa and all the other smart speakers are designed, it's meant to be like either in your home or at your workplace where other people are around and they can also hear what's happening. So it's a fairly communal sort of experience. So these are the fundamental like differences, I'd say, between a VUI and a GUI. Right? So keeping that in mind, we've come up with 4 voice design patterns that you probably need to think of if you're building for voice. Yeah, so let's just get right to it. Before that though, this is the sort of core interaction of any voice, any like voice user interface, where first the user says something, and that's called an utterance. An utterance is what a user says. So if I say something like, Alexa, what's the weather? What's the weather is the utterance, right? So the user says something like, what's the weather? And that's the utterance. All voice interactions are very, very situation specific, right? Which is why you see in the core interaction, there's this huge thing that says situation, because the response that you need to hear from Alexa is based on that situation. And I'll go into that a little later on. And that's the response you hear. And sometimes you have like a prompt from Alexa as well, if a user hasn't said something, and there's a reminder. So we'll get straight into it and talk about the 4 voice design patterns. All right, so the first one is called being adaptable, which is letting users speak in their own words. Now, again, as designers in the crowd, when you're designing for GUI, right, when you're designing for a screen, it's really you guys who decide what the user sees. So you guys say, hey, if we change the color of this button to orange, and instead of okay, we type the words buy, there's like a 30% chance a user is going to click on it, so let's do that. That's typically what we do as a designer. And y'all are really deciding, saying, hey, let's put all this information here, and then the next button, make this button this color, and then this is what the user sees. So you're really deciding what the user sees, and the user has to sort of learn that interface to get something done. Yeah, that's what we do as a designer. With voice, though, it's the opposite, because the user sort of is going to say whatever they want. Yeah, and it's really up to you as the designer or the developer of the skill to be adaptable to what the user said. Yeah, and for that there is a lot of tech, of course, but a lot of design as well goes into it. So, for instance, before that though, let's talk a little bit about something called an affordance. Does anyone here familiar with the concept of an affordance? An affordance is essentially something that lets you know how to use something by design. Yeah. For instance, a sign that says push the door next to a door handle is an affordance because it's letting you know how to use that door handle. Yeah, so there are roughly 3 types of affordances. One is explicit, like I said, the push sign is an affordance. Something like a pattern is something that you see everywhere worldwide, maybe a convention, like the save icon on your system, right? The floppy disk is a pattern that you see everywhere. It's the universal symbol for a save icon, or the Wi-Fi symbol. So even if you go to a foreign country where you don't know the language and you can't read anything, you see that Wi-Fi symbol, okay, that's what Wi-Fi means. So it's an affordance. And there are also negative affordances, which is essentially when, okay, like in a form, right? And when you disable a button, and then the user automatically knows that something they filled in is either wrong or incomplete, it's a negative affordance, because that way, by design, you're telling the user that, hey, there's something wrong with what you've filled. Yeah, so it's something that lets you know what to do. So that's an affordance. On screen-based devices, we had to sort of evolve from going from modeling how things looked in real life to flat design. So in the early days of the internet and in the early days of mobile, we had like skeuomorphism was a huge thing, right? Where we sort of took real life objects. So this was how a volume control looked on both web and mobile. Essentially because this is how a volume knob looks in real life. So you'll see like a drop shadow, it'll look little 3D, it looks like I can actually feel it and I have to move it, but you're actually moving a mouse or using touchscreen to move the volume up and down. Then when people actually got a little used to something like this, we went to like flat design, I'm sure you guys remember the whole flat design shift in iOS, the whole thing, where designers basically said, okay, I think users know what to do. We can move to flat design. So the users know that if I move my finger across this bar, the volume will increase or decrease. Yeah. So that is the affordance basically. In voice, again, there is no screen, so you'll have to say something out loud to increase or decrease the volume, right? So you can say something like turn up the volume. Yeah. So the intention or the meaning or what we call an intent behind what the user said is the affordance in voice. Right? So when you say something like turn up the volume, that becomes your intent. You want the volume to increase. So that's the affordance. But the problem with voice is this, right? You can get your users to say something like turn up the volume. It's a fairly standard way of saying this. But most users will say things differently. Again, remember, it's a voice user interface. So people can say something like volume up, louder, make it louder, turn it down, set the volume to 6, and so on. Yeah. So these are different utterances that you can have that need to match to your intent, which is the affordance. So having just turn up the volume work won't really work. I mean, you're really limiting your user to say just that. You want your users to speak naturally at the end of the day. So you should write your design or your skill such that it can take any of these and actually do that action. Yeah. This is another example. So these are different utterances to basically get the name of a college, right? It's a skill that gets you a college. So I can say something like, let's assume the name of the skill is College Finder. So ask College Finder for the best colleges in Bangalore, for the colleges with the computer science program, or for colleges with the computer science program in Bangalore. Right? These are different ways of saying the same thing, which is to find a college, right? We are trying to be adaptable to what the user can say. All these will match to an intent that you as a designer or a developer will define, which is called, like, let's call it refined search. You can call it whatever. So it's really up to you to define these different types of utterances to match to that intent. Yeah. Also, you will notice that there are some words in blue, right? And those are essentially what is called an entity or a slot, which are variables within an utterance, right? Anything in an utterance that can change. So in the second one here, this name of the city can change because I can easily, another user can say something like, ask College Finder for the best colleges in Chennai or Delhi or Mumbai. Also in this example, the type of degree can change, right? Because I can easily say for colleges with the electronics program, for an economics program, and so on. Yeah. So things that can change within an utterance is called a slot, right? And essentially, this is what it is. You have like a degree or a location. Your utterances should match to an intent that's defined and also have slot value. So you have like a degree and a location. What the use of all of this is essentially this is how you'd be developing your skill, right? Where you give training data like different utterances matching to an intent, and then there are natural language understanding algorithms, right? And I'm going a little technical, but what the NLU algorithms do is sort of take what the user said and it matches it, with an intent. And that's how you know the intention or the meaning or the affordance behind what the users actually said. There are sometimes though where you might want to use synonyms as well, right? Sometimes your slot values can have synonyms because assuming you have a skill which has 4 different slot values, which is size, right? Like tiny, small, medium, large. Again, not all of your users will use the words tiny, small, medium, or large. And the reason is someone might not know how tiny is tiny, or they might just use a different word, who knows? Right? So instead of tiny, they might say like minuscule or little. Instead of medium, they might say average, middle, or in between. Instead of small, they might say little again. Yeah. So it's really up to you to sort of design your skill in such a way that it takes all of these synonyms as well, and sort of you're adaptable to what the user is really saying. Yeah. So that's why you really need to be adaptable while building a skill. Okay, we'll talk about the second voice design pattern, which is to be personal. Right, and which is essentially talks about interactions in context. I think the great thing about conversational interfaces in general, chatbots and Alexa skills and so on, is, and I like to use this line a lot, right? So far, we've been forcing humans to think like computers. Humans shouldn't be thinking in terms of a radio button, drop-down menu, swipe right, etc. Those are not natural interactions. But now we're actually forcing computers to think like humans, right? So with conversational interfaces, you can actually have like personalization and contextualization in your skill. And that means a bunch of things. One is you can really tailor and change your skill and evolve your skill over time. Yeah. The first time a user logs into a skill, you can say something like, hey, welcome to the skill. Here's how I can help you. This is what I do, and so on. Right? Maybe the second time you say the same thing, the third time you say the same thing, but you don't want to say that exact same message the 20th time the user is logging into your skill. They already know how to use your skill. Right? But on the other hand, on phones, you're going to see the exact same UI every time you go there, which is a good thing. You don't want your UI to change. You want it to be uniform, and you want to have that consistent experience. Right? So with a screen-based device, you like it to have that uniform, consistent experience, but with voice design, you sort of need to tailor your experience and change things around quickly. Right? So really have your skill evolve. You also need to think of the sort of roles that your skill plays with the user. Right? So we roughly look at it as 3 different type of roles. The first one, is like the dog sort of fetching. It's about giving information immediately. Like a good example is a weather skill where I say something like, Alexa, what's the weather? And Alexa says the weather in Bangalore is so and so. You really want to be quick and precise and concise. When I say something like, what's the weather? I don't want to hear, hey, welcome, I'm your weather skill. I can help you with this. Like my Facebook page to know more, etc. Right? Because it's a very informational, it's very transactional sort of skill. So giving a quick response back with like a concise amount of information is what you really want. Another type of skill is a concierge, like the guy helping out the lady there. It's a type of concierge. So think of like a travel planning skill, and I'll show you an example later, where you'd call up your travel agent, and then there's a lot of back and forth between the two. Right? There's a lot of back and forth between the two, and you're really sort of guiding the user and helping the user by asking questions, and getting something done for the user. You're really like a support, like a concierge. So based on that, the responses will be very different, right? You'd really personalize and contextualize your skill based on that particular role. And the last one is a sort of entertainment type of skill. It could be a game, it could be a choose your own adventure that's very popular on voice interfaces, where you say something like, when the skill says, hey, you have entered this dark room and there are 2 doors, which one do you enter, the left or right? And a different adventure happens on each. Maybe it's just like a fun podcast type thing. So it's an entertainment skill, so you have to tailor your response a lot more. Maybe add more jingles, add more sound effects, add there are these things called speech cons, which are local lingo words that Alexa can say. So you can get her to say things like bale bale and macha and stuff. So really think of how you can keep your users engaged with using things like that. Yeah. So that was 2 on how you can be contextual. The third one is be relatable, right? Where you're talking with your users and not at them. Again, on web and mobile, it wasn't really a cooperative experience, right? Again, website would offer you something, and it's fairly individual sort of experience. With voice, it's a very cooperative experience. There's a lot of back and forth between the skill. It's almost human-like. That's why it's called a conversational interface. So you really want to talk with your users and not at them. Yeah. Don't expect your users to remember a whole bunch of things. Their cognitive load shouldn't be on trying to remember how to interact with your skill. It should just be able to speak with your skill naturally. Right? So this is a bad idea, right? Where you say something like, Alexa, open holiday planner and tell me the cheapest return flight from Bangalore to Goa on the 10th of December, returning on the 16th of December with offers available on HDFC with cashback, blah, 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 blah. And no one actually talks like this in real life, so you shouldn't expect your users to do this. And invariably, if you expect your users to do this, you're the one who'll end up with a whole bunch of errors, right? Because your code has to actually parse all of this, pick out the right things, and then then provide the user an answer. You'd rather have something called a multi-turn dialogue, where, like I said, it's like calling your travel agent and there's a lot of back and forth. Right? So for instance, this is how the conversation would go. I know there's a lot of text, but so in the beginning, the user says something like, Alexa, let's call this skill Outdoor Guru. So Alexa, start Outdoor Guru. And then the skill says, welcome to Outdoor Guru. I can help you, blah, blah, blah. Where would you like to go? The user says, Goa. Alexa says, are you sure, Goa? User says yes. Alexa says, when do you want to leave? Next Friday. Until when? The following Tuesday. What would you like to do? I'll be fishing. Did I get all of this right? Yes. And now, I have 2 ideas for you, and you hit like your API and get some information and present it to the user. So it's a lot like how you would actually call up like a travel agent or, like a holiday planner, and it's a very interactive, cooperative sort of experience. So you should try and build your skill like this, where essentially you're helping the user out with few things, right? If you really think about it, things like source and destination, dates of going and coming back, what activity you'd like to do are all what I said is a slot value, right? It's a variable at the end of the day. And instead of having this, where you have like different slot values in one huge utterance, you're sort of eliciting the slots from the user. Yeah, so the user is engaged, is conversational, and you're getting the right answers. There are a few things happening here. One is you're eliciting slots at a couple of places, so you're helping the user out with those slots. In this step here, you're actually confirming with the user a slot value, especially when you have a lot of proper nouns. That's a good practice, because like, for instance, Bangalore and Mangalore sound very alike. So maybe you just want to make sure Alexa picked up the right thing, right? So you're confirming the slot. And after so much information, you might want to confirm with your user saying, hey, this is the information you gave me, is this right, or can I make any changes? And if the user makes any changes, please go ahead and actually write your voice design and your code to be able to accommodate those changes as well. Yeah. So this was about how you could actually be relatable and not have things like this, but actually have like multi-turn dialogue to get information done from the user. And the last voice design pattern is to be available, right? And by that we mean basically rethink your menus and your top level UI. What this essentially means is, again, so far with voice and with mobile and with web, we've been sort of designing our data in a slightly different way than what you should for voice, right? It works in the sort of same principle that there's a front end and a back end. In the front end with voice user interface, it's things you say, whereas in front end on web and mobile, it's your screen. That stuff remains the same, but how your data is stored is going to be slightly different, right? So I'll tell you an example. Right here, and this happens a lot of times, so if a user, or rather if Alexa says, where do you want to go, a user can say something like Goa tomorrow, right? Yeah, just give me 2, I'm almost done. Yeah, Goa tomorrow. Yeah, that happens often, and then it would be a really bad experience to ask the question when you want to leave again, because the user has already answered it. So in effect, the user has over answered. Yeah, that happens often. So yeah, it might leave a bad experience, but you'll still get your API call at the end of the day, so that's fine. But when the opposite happens, it's even worse. So Alexa asks, where do you want to go? And the user says, I want to leave from Bangalore, right? So the user actually hasn't answered the question, so you don't have this piece of information. And then you continue this way, and you don't have one piece of information, one slot value, and your API goes for a toss, basically, right? Because your information is incomplete. So typically users will over answer and under answer. And essentially how you'd handle that is not by using a typical flowchart type UI, right? This is how you would look at screen-based devices, where you say, okay, a user logs in, a user does this, a user clicks on this button and there's this entire flow, or the user clicks on the other button, there's another flow. So you have a lot of nested level iterations. You'd rather look at what we call a frame-based UI, where there is a frame in which you need certain piece of information, and until that frame is over, you keep asking questions in that same frame. Yeah, so in this case, until you get these 4 pieces of information, these 4 slots, until you elicit these 4 slots, that frame keeps continuing on and on, right? So that frame keeps going on until all those pieces of information are complete, and then you make the API call. So it's a slightly different way of actually looking at how the data is stored. Also, try and have a wide top level UI as opposed to, like nested menus. And the reason is this, I'm going to take a very specific example. If you want to find the IFSC code of your bank, what do? You go to your bank's website, you log in, and you sort of click on your profile, then you go to bank account details, then you scroll all the way down, then click on another button, and then go to IFSC code. And the reason, and it's completely fine to do that, and the reason is, on screen-based devices, you have a limited number of pixels. So you as designers say, hey, this is the most important stuff we need. This is a hierarchy of important things. So let's tick all of that accordingly, right? If you translate that to mobile web, you have fewer pixels. So you might show just the 5 most important things, and the user has to probably make more clicks to get to a IFSC code. It doesn't work that way with voice though, right? A user is not going to say, okay, open my profile, okay, go to bank account, okay, do this, etc. Right? They'll directly say, hey Alexa, what's my IFSC code? Or open HDFC and tell me what my IFSC code is. And that wouldn't work if you had like a huge nested sort of menu, right? Which is why you need to have like a wide top-level UI where these pieces of information are accessible immediately. All right, so that's the slight difference again, and it's all about being available. So just to recap, we spoke about being adaptable, which is let users speak in their own voice, which means utterances, intents, and slots. Be personal, which is interactions within context. You want to be relatable as well, which is talk with your users and not at them. You know, we don't want like IVR type responses. And we also want to be available, which means to rethink the way your data is stored and how your menus are stored. Just want to end with this quote from Gartner. Gartner does a lot of research on cutting edge data and innovation. So in 2018, they said something like this. They said conversational platforms will drive the next big paradigm shift in how humans interact with the digital world. I think it's a great quote because conversation interfaces are really here to stay, and I'm sure it's going to disrupt how we engage with tech, basically, right? And if I were to tell you 10 years ago that keyboard and mouse won't be the primary user interface, you all would have laughed at me. So I'm here now telling you that touchscreen probably won't be the primary user interface 10 years from now, and it'll be conversational interfaces. So as designers, y'all are the ones really at the forefront in defining that experience. So yeah, do check it out. Anyway, thank you so much. These are my details. Thanks a lot. I think I'm out of time, so I'll have questions off stage.
We can take one question if anybody has, or else we'll. Do we have any questions? Yeah, we have one question. We can take one question there.
Hi. For a designer, how much of interface design is involved in VUI?
So I'm not sure what you mean by interface design in the traditional sense, but I can tell you this: for any skill or any voice experience, I think the designer plays the most important role. Right, because I'd still say the tech is the easy part, and this is something that users are still not used to, or it's new. So designers actually play the most important part, and it's all about interaction design at the end of the day. Like my colleague often says, like always start with people and not computers when it comes to conversational interfaces. And this has actually opened up like this entire new job market. So now you have like dialogue designers or voice VUX people and stuff, which are completely new job description in itself. Right, where you're really sort of studying the interaction between a user and a voice user interface, which is completely different from like HCI in like a traditional screen-based interface. So I'd say it's very important, and it still falls under interaction design, just that with a voice interface.
I'm confused because it involves a lot of machine learning, data science, and a lot of other stuff. But the traditional way of design is no more involved, right? So in that way, I'm like, for a traditional designer, it is a complete shift if you go to see. Yeah. So that is a question.
So I wouldn't quite agree with it being a complete shift, right? Because as a traditional designer, you looked at like say a website and you'd say, okay, how to make this website the most user-friendly website for my user. And you're doing pretty much the same thing just via voice. The good thing is a lot of the tech stuff is taken care of by either the Alexa cloud or by like the tech team. So you don't, as a designer, you really don't have to worry about the machine learning, about the data science, about any of that stuff, right? Your core focus is on providing that voice user interface for your user, right? At no point as a designer I'm like, okay, how do I do the machine learning algorithms for this? Because all of that is taken care of by the Alexa cloud, and not just with Alexa, with any other system as well. So you're really focusing on, okay, what are my users going to tell Alexa, and how is my Alexa skill going to help the user complete a task?
But that is again the job of data scientist or job of machine learning.
Again, that is the tech, right? So like, okay, let's take the trip planner.
Because they define all of those things, right? They define what the user should speak and all of that.
Which is a wrong thing, right? It's basically like getting your engineering team to do the user interface in your app. You know what happens when that happens, right? So it's the same thing. So I'm saying that skills or building for voice needs designers to actually get that experience right. You don't want to have your engineering team do that.
But that is how even the coding happens. We write high level coding and all that. That's because we have defined, or C or C++, there are definitions like what should be written and all of that. So that is what even coders do.
Yeah.
That is not given by the designers. But now if we say that we have, the designers have to say what should be done and all of that, then again the tech team will have a tough time.
No, not quite. So again, let's look at front end and back end, right? On a traditional screen-based device, your front end is what the user sees. So if I go to like the Hasgeek website, for instance, you see like a nice site, there are menus, etc., and all that is sort of designed by the design team, right? So the design like, okay, I want these colors, I want this menu, I want this interaction to book a ticket. It's the same way with the voice user interface. There's a front end and a back end. The front end is anything a user says to the skill. So in my previous example, that conversation is the front end part. The back end is like that your back end making a call to some API that you have, which is taken care of by the tech team. That is not related really to the design. I mean, it is obviously that it works in conjunction with each other, but that's not something you really need to worry about. You really need to worry about the front end, which is, okay, this is how my user is talking to the skill. This is what my skill is going to respond to help the user, etc. So I'd say it's designers still play a very important part of it.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have time, or am I?
We can take one more question if we have. Do you have more questions?
All right.
Okay,
Guess
okay
not.
then.
So I'll be off stage if anyone's interested.
So
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, there's a few announcements to be made. Um, Manjunath AK, winner of the coding challenge conducted by Noon Academy, are Karthik MAM and Himadri Ghosh. If you are here, please go and meet Noon Academy. And congratulations to all those who actually raised pull request. It will be great if you go and collect your goodies and gifts from Noon Academy after this session in the in the beverages time. Okay.
to this movies? How to change this? Full screen? Full screen itla? Now how to do full screen? F10 ra. F10. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, you should at least.
Okay, so yes, now we have Ranjit here, and he's from Svecha, and he also represents Mozilla community here. His talk is on how immersive technology is shaping user experience. It's actually a talk where you get to know the difference between the designing which is done for the flat screens versus the designing which is done for the 3D space. So that's what the whole talk is about. Let's shift to him, like Ranjit.
So hi, today we are going to discuss about how immersive technology is going to shape user experience. There's a quite very difference between designing for 2D screens and designing for 3D spaces. But whatever change it might take, one thing remains same. The design should be user-centric. Let's see how things should be done. So with emerging technology and rapid growth of the technology, UX is central of this growth. Because if people are supposed to adopt these technologies, they should be comfortable of using them in their daily lives. Before understanding how XR is shaping the user experience, let's try to understand what XR is and other similar terms like AR, VR, mixed reality, and many other terms you're listening. But there's a problem that there's a great confusion around these terms. Let's try to have a clarity among this. So like for any field of science, you have a scale. For virtual reality, we have a thing called virtual continuum. In the virtual continuum, you have two ends. One is virtual reality, where you mean 100% CGI, computer generated graphics. On the other end, you have 100% reality. For example, this is 100% reality. In between, you have a combination of AR, virtual reality and reality. The most popular one is augmented reality. What makes something to call augmented reality? If the environment is real and the objects are virtual, you call it augmented reality. There is one more unpopular case, that is augmented virtuality. Where environment is virtual and objects are real, you call it augmented virtuality. So what makes something immersive reality? Something with mixed reality where you have 3D effects of audio, simulated noise effects, all this adds to immersive technology. Let's try to see how generic things like copy paste works in 3D spaces. How do you do copy paste in 2D screens? With mouse clicks, keyboard. Let's try to see how things work in 3D. You just do a 3D scanning of an object, just move it. The virtually simulated object looks similar to the real one. With 3D spaces, you can also copy paste real life objects, like we can do the text in the 2D screens. So it's very simple. let's try to understand how things work different from 2D screens. So looking at the evolution of the screens we look at, earlier it was theaters, we have very distant screens. Then it reduced to the TVs, which are comparatively near. Then we have computers, which are a little more closer. Then we have mobile screens, which almost came to us, with centimeters of difference. Now we have head-mounted devices for virtual reality, almost attached to your body. It's like virtual organs of your body. Let's try to understand how things work with virtual reality. So let's try to understand how interactions will look in 3D spaces. With Skype call, you do in 2D screens. Mozilla has a product called Mozilla Hubs, where you have 3D characters, you feel immersive into the conversation, where you can see the depth of the characters nearby you. You can walk, you can touch, you can interact with your friends. Let's try to understand how XR will change UX of devices we interact with. Let's see this example. Can anyone say the differences between how to designing XR experience for 2D screens and virtual reality spaces? Did you notice any differences? There are some differences. When you design for VR scenes, it should almost feel as you are dealing with real life objects. For example, if I am in a real life, I want to switch off a light or turn off the speed of the fan, the design is different. In virtual reality, you have to design almost closer to your real life experience. There are some good practices of virtual reality. The best US practices of virtual reality are the 4 main important points you have to remember are the virtual reality experiences you design should be believable. If you create a virtual reality experiences, it almost looks like a Cartoon Network show. It doesn't make any sense that to create a VR experience. The VR experience you create should be believable as close as to a real life scene. The second thing should be the VR experience should be interactive. If you create a VR scene which has only plain walls or nothing much to interact, still it doesn't make any sense to have a VR experience. The third point should be the VR scenes you create should be explorable. Because that's how things work in real life. And one more thing we have to be careful about when creating XR experiences is, likewise we take care about each and every detail in 2D screens, but the color palette of the font sizes, everything. When you design for 3D experiences, you should be careful about everything. If you have this, the light we are seeing now have a different effect of the color of the chair now. If you switch off the lights, can you see the difference between red or blue? So, what is the color of my t-shirt? Almost white? Okay. But the color of our clothes would differ with the quality of light. So when you dip a cloth in the water, it changes the color. It doesn't actually change the physical nature of the color, but it's optical illusion. Because the direction of light, quality of light, luminosity of light, all these parameters do affect how we think in real life. The same principles would apply for creating XR experiences. So when you create XR experiences, you should be very careful about where do you put the light element. And you should also be very careful about how many lumens you're setting for it. And one more experience is, you feel immersive because likewise at light, you should also have a 3D sound. In 2D, you just have sound from only one direction. But in real life, if you're in a jungle, in a safari, you can figure out where the sound came from. And also, you can also figure out what the nature of sound is. If it is from a predator, if it's from a lion, tiger, or is it from your fellow human being, you can figure out from the nature of the sound. So also with immersive technology, you have to figure out that where to put the sound. So likewise, you select Cartesian coordinate system for the visual elements. You should also be particular about the Cartesian coordinate system of audio files. So in immersive tech, you have 3D audio. So the difference between 2D audio and 3D audio is, if you want to make someone feel like a sound coming from a different place, you have to place the audio file way far away from the center of point. If you want to make someone feel like an object is approaching them very faster or closer, you have to be very particular about the audio file being closer to them and moving fast to them. So immersive technology is not just about the visual elements, it's also about how you care about the audio elements and other sensor elements. So the general utilities, like how we do web browsing in 2D, and let's also look at how we do web browsing in 3D. So if you look at it, it's no more a rectangular or flat screen. For 3D, you have to design everything as sphere. Also, if you look at the controls, it's not just mouse. If you use devices that enable VR, if you have seen Oculus Go, you have controllers. So in the place of mouse, you have controller now. In 2D, you have only two devices. One is mouse and second one is keyboard. But when you're designing for 3D spaces, you have more devices. Let's also try to understand what are the different types of devices we have. When you're dealing with 3D spaces, you have a factor called degrees of freedom. Let's try to understand what is degrees of freedom. By looking at 3 DOF, 3 degrees of freedom, consider the center of your head as the center of Cartesian coordinate system. So think of the X, Y, Z axis. If you put your head mount device on your head, you can rotate your head horizontally, vertically, also on third axis. This is 3DOF. So by using these devices, the general VR devices we have is 3DOF. We also have advanced VR devices with 6 DOF, 6 degrees of freedom. You'll have another Cartesian coordinate system at the center of your body. So you can also sync that with the sensors in your mobile or any other device. So attached to the 3DOF at the head, the other 3DOF will make you feel like you are also immersed in the real scene. If you move, your virtual reality character also moves in the scene. If you jump, the virtual reality character also jumps. So all the moves you make in XYZ axis, your virtual reality character simulates the same thing. So one more thing we have to understand is, virtual reality also has real life consequences. For example, if you're designing for a 2D, if you have all your pages in the sidebar menu, or if you have everything in your navbar menu, it's pretty much fine to have to 2D experience. But if you do the same thing with a 3D experience, you're forcing your user to move your neck all the time. If you force your user to move his neck for more than 5 minutes, he'll die with body pains. Okay, but because when you're designing for 3D spaces, you shouldn't make your user discomfortable. And one more thing we also have to understand is, the wide angle for virtual reality is 90 degrees. For the real life, we have 180 degrees. But the general devices for VR, we have only for 90 degrees. So you have to also be conscious about when you're designing a VR scene, try to limit the angle to 90 degrees. And one more thing, if you're not careful about the real life consequences, if you're making your user, if you put elements that move very fastly with high velocity, if you make your user jump fastly that's not similar to the real life, they'll fall to motion sickness. So if you don't design your VR properly, you'll make your user run to a nearest bucket. They will attempt to be vomiting, nausea, body aches, everything. So to make sure your VR scene is motion sickness proof, you should also be very conscious about the velocity of all the elements in your VR scene. So if any UX designer here is planning to start designing for 3D spaces, it's a very simple thing. Everyone can start it. Just try to understand how XR works. What are the new input formats we have? All these days we only have keyboards and mouses. Now we have user input. Now we have look controls. We have additional controls, hand controls. And try to understand the new vocabulary in the XR domain, like we was listening to the second slide. And let's try to understand the difference between head tracking and motion tracking. So ultimately, XR is a very new domain. It opens a lot much of scope for UX designers, but with a twist. The twist here is you have limited options when you're using for 2D flat screens. All you have is hardly pointing and clicking. But when you're designing for 3D spaces, you have many parameters to take care of. It could be face recognition, voice recognition, head tracking, motion tracking, and near possibly brain waves. So this is where we end the talk. We can move for Q&A.
A nice talk, Saurav here.
Thanks.
So my question is like, whenever I'm designing for a 2D, as the elements are limited, my audience are big. Now when I'm designing for this 3D world, this XR system, the adaptability is still very low. We have the adaptability, the count of user is very low. Why is the point of putting that much effort now in the system? Is there a reason I should go and invest this much time and design something for VR when my VR user is very limited? This is a very niche user base.
Yeah,
and I have never seen someone actually trying to explore and buying something on a regular basis. So let's say I've just taken an example. Let's say I'm an Amazon guy. I'm trying to design an interface for VR. Whereas when people will come and have fun on a VR, will not actually convert into an end user. Is that still an valid time to put into this space?
Very good question. Thanks for asking. So all these days, the immersive tech is limited to R&D. And this is the time, it's 2018, last few months, it's in the market. So as it was said, all these days it was referred as a niche technology or with limited user base, limited geeks. But it's into the mainstream now. How many of you played Pokemon Go? So pretty much everyone, right? Pokemon Go. It's a very viral game. It's the first AR game to become so viral. So there are lakhs of people who started walking out of their rooms who never walked around with XR technology. That's one thing. And there are many new apps and across the business with Oculus and other things. So the XR users now in 2019 are less, but by 2020 it's expected not very far. Within 2 years we're expected that around 20% of web users will start using XR experiences as a regular use. That's the reason Amazon have started Sumerian, Google has started their own AR platform, Mozilla have started mixed reality. So all the big Bs and all those small startups started jumping into it, predicting the near future. So everyone is trying to be the primers to capture the market.
Thank you so much, Ranjit. Let's give him a big round of applause for this one. And thank you so much. Now we can move. Now we can move for the snacks, and we'll assemble here again at 4:45 for the closing keynote. So see you again.
Can I just go ahead? Okay. Hi. Gonna start my talk, and I know we're slightly late, so I'm just gonna get going. So I'm talking about building and scaling design organizations, design teams, design organizations, whatever you want to call them. And this is a bit of a change from the previous talks that have happened, right? The previous talks that have happened today have all been about craft. They've been about becoming better at the kinds of things that we do, whether it's design, whether it's collaboration, whether it's technology. All of these things have been about how do you do design better, right? It's been about design systems which allow teams to collaborate. What I want to do with this talk is I want to talk about how do you create the space for doing better design at an organizational wide level, right? How do you create enough space, enough, it's either literal space, so do you have space for the design team to be available? Do you have space for the design team to get better at their craft? Do you have the budgets to bring in things that you need to get better? Do you have the mind space to start thinking about things like professional growth and development of your designers? Right? So who is this talk going to be interesting for? And I think that's, reasonable question. You either are part of a design team or an organization, or you run one, or you want to run or be part of a design team or an organization. So, and quick note on the last one, if you decide that you want to run a design team or an organization, quick word of advice is don't. So why am I talking about this at this conference, right? The first reason is because there's very little information out there about building effective design organizations, right? There's lots of information about how to, vertically center text. There's lots of information on how to make better design systems, right? There's lots of information about how to use different and better design tools. We had Tejas speaking about design systems. We had other people talking about, different products like Figma, which allow for better collaboration. But there's very little information out there about how do you grow from being a small design organization with maybe one person, two people, to how do you make that larger? How do you make that better? How do you scale it up and still do good work, right? I think that's the key part of it. Yeah, it's not just about adding numbers, right? You don't want to say, okay, now I have a 50-person design team. That doesn't work. You need to have the right kinds of people. You need to have support structures in place. You need to have other people who do nothing except ensure that the team has the software licenses and computers that they need, right? The other reason that I'm doing this talk is that most design teams, most design studios are run poorly. Most design teams are run poorly. Most independent studios shut down very quickly after they've been started. Most, lots of design studios that I know in India, most of them shut down within 3 to 5 years. That's pretty bad. And I think like if you are part of a design team, if you're a designer yourself, or if you have friends who are designers, you've probably heard stories about how designers make terrible managers and how their manager is really, really terrible, right? So I've organized this talk into 2 or 3 parts. The first part is, what are the conditions that you need, or what is the environment that you need to run and build an effective design team? The second part, which is a large part, is a pathway to show scale, right? How do you actually grow from not having any designers, right? I'm sure if you've been in smaller startups or even larger ones, you've probably been in a situation where there's been barely anybody, maybe an engineer is working on design, or sometimes the CEO or a product person. How do you move from that point in time to a place where you have, 50, 60 designers all working together and doing good, effective work? So who am I? I run a small design studio called Uncommon. We are a design and development studio. We primarily build and design mobile apps for our clients. We've worked with lots of people over the years. Yeah, lots of, I think we've worked with, I just checked, we've worked with most Indian unicorns, even though I dislike that term. I'm going to be using it, I think, thrice during the talk in different contexts. And one thing that I do a lot these days is that I help our clients. It's kind of funny because they outsource their design to us, but I help a lot of our clients in-source design. So that's building in-house teams, helping those teams build the capabilities that they need to do effective work. Right? So, self-help book time, 12 qualities of effective design organizations. I stole this from another popular book. Okay, I'm going to jump into things. There's 3 things that oh, well, not enough contrast, first lesson. But there are 3 things I'm going to be talking about, the way I've structured these 12 items. The first part that I'm going to talk about are the foundations of what's required. The second thing that you can't see is output. And the third thing that you can't see is management. And I think there are components under each of these that are required to build effective design teams, right? So the first thing that I think is necessary to build an effective design team or an organization is what I call a shared sense of purpose, right? Now you've all heard, and some of you may have had the misfortune to have actually needed to come up with one of these mission and vision statements at some point in time in your career, or maybe you've interacted with your companies and they're awful, right? They're trite, they're cliched, they just should not exist in most cases. But where can they be useful? How can they be useful, right? There's very little articulation a lot of the time about why does our design team exist? And that reason will be different for each design team, right? So a shared sense of purpose helps act as a first pass filter, right? It helps externally articulate how the design team operates, right? Do you, for instance, say that quality is going to be the thing that you focus on? Or is it going to be speed, right? Are you a team that believes in iteration, which is what I think is the right answer? Or do you think that one should build things right the first time, right? Visual delight versus it works well. Or are you going to be like Apple and say, I want to do all of these things, right? So it's also a useful reference for the team internally to look back on and say, hey, are we actually doing what we said that we're doing? Are we actually working in an iterative manner, right? Are we actually doing the best possible work today, or are we just shipping stuff out of the door because that's what we need to? So that's often a useful checkpoint for internally. It also externally helps as a first pass filter so that people can say, do I want to actually work here? Is this the kind of work that I want to do? Is this a philosophy that I can identify with and believe in? Right? The second part of the foundation, right, is at a leadership level, right? You do need to have leadership, which is, and I think these terms are key, right? You need to have them being focused, and you need them to be empowered, right? I'll go into those 2 words in a little bit more detail. But the first thing that leadership does is that it provides cover for a team, right? It ensures that the team can do the work that they need to. Leadership also provides guidance, it provides direction. So you essentially are the North Stars to say that, okay, yes, this is how we're going to do things. We're going to say no to this particular request. We're going to ensure that you have enough time to do X. They negotiate between different parts of the organizations as well, right? They're the seat at the table. We've heard this term a lot. Design needs to have a seat at the table. So they are the representative of the design team at the table when they're talking to the executive, right? Then they do boring things, but essential ones, which are like fighting for budgets, priorities, and whenever there's a conflict between teams, between, say, an engineering team, between a design team, between legal, between finance, HR, they are often the representative, or they need to be the representative of design at that point in time. So the first part, right, focused. with focused, what I mean is that often what happens is that design reports into a different division. I've had clients who've had design teams which are reporting into, say, the engineering team. Often they will report into product. What that means is that the energy of the leadership is at that point diffused into these two different areas, and they often don't have a strong sense of how design can contribute positively towards this. So design needs to be owned by design leadership, right? You need to have the ability to think about how to mentor the design team. You need to build that team actively, right? And if you're doing multiple things, if your design leadership is also your engineering leadership, it's unlikely that they'll be able to do those two things well. And so usually what will happen is that he or she will, or your leadership will end up prioritizing or focusing on the team that they know well or they know better. The other part is, about empowerment. They need to be able to say no. They need to be able to say that, hey, we need 4 more people. We are understaffed and there are too many things on our plate right now. They need to say that, hey, we can't use the existing recruitment pipelines. The people you're bringing in are, or the recruitment agency that we're working with are terrible. So yeah, that's the second foundational value that we need to build effective design organizations, right? Focused and empowered leadership. The third thing, and this is authentic user empathy, right? What does that mean? Design is a discipline which lives under the larger ambit of human-computer interaction, right? But I think that we focus on those last two initials and not enough on the first one, right? We think about computers, we think about screens, we think about how performance, right? We don't think enough about the humans within that equation. And it's critical for the design team to be able to empathize with users and be able to understand what their lives look like and how these interventions, these design or engineering interventions that we're doing, how those fit in their lives. Do your users look like you? In most cases, if you're doing work your users may not look like you. They may not have the same backgrounds as you. They may not have the same lives as you. And it's really important to be able to understand who they are and make decisions that support their lives rather than things that you think are right. So for instance, a good mark of this within a good or an effective design organization is there sufficient time spent with going into users' contexts and seeing them live their daily lives, looking at how the design interventions that you make are being received by them, right? The other part about this, which is really useful, is also that this is an easy way to make the subjective area of design really objective, right? If, for instance, you're having disagreements about color, about, I think that this is the way to go, or actually I see this button all the time, or this screen is really simple. Actually being able to show people around you or in other teams that actual users had a problem at this stage, or they resonated really with this particular visual choice, will actually lead to that discussion being far less subjective in nature, right? Quick example on this, we worked with a bike taxi company where the driver app actually just had buttons, right? And what happened is that the app was being used by these drivers who were, on motorbikes in, similar to an Indian environment, dusty, loud, busy, etc. And so there was a lot of accidental key presses which would happen, which would do things like move to the next step, which was like end the ride, or I've reached this place, even though the person hadn't actually got there. So a small intervention might be to move that, to ensure that you don't have accidental key presses. So can you move, say, a button to a slider rather, which requires a much more deliberate action, which is unlikely to be triggered by your phone touching part of your body through your pocket, etc. So being able to understand how users exist is really key to being an effective design organization. The last part of the foundational aspects are about how do you communicate that design, which is often looked at as a really creative discipline, which doesn't really have a relationship with business. How do you communicate that it actually has value within the business context in which we live? Right? Other functions typically don't understand that design is important and therefore don't give it the space that it requires. Designers are also, I think, equally guilty of not being sufficiently articulate or not taking the time to understand the other areas and how design can play a role in actually driving business value, right? We can't, if there are other designers in this room, we can't say that we are creatives and we don't think about business at all. So, don't talk to me about whether, the last 20 hours that I've spent really polishing this animation actually was meaningful or not. That's a really broken conversation which should not happen. We see this a lot today, especially with, platforms like Dribble, etc., which just emphasize the visual aspects of design, lead to design which is produced for Dribble and not actually solving business problems, right? So it's really important to be able to understand where design drives business value and then constantly be able to articulate that both within your organization as well as externally. So that's the first part. So that's the foundation of what I believe are the of what are needed to build an effective design org. We'll now jump to the part that is most visibly designed, right? The output aspects. So the first part within the output, or the fifth quality of an effective design org, is that it supports the entire journey, right? And what I mean by that is that design needs to have an impact across an entire organization. I think you've probably seen this in your own organizations. There's perhaps a product organization and then there's a marketing division. And those don't necessarily talk to each other, right? Or maybe you have other parts of your organization which are completely disconnected. Customer support is not something where, say, design plays a role, but it should. Because all of these different parts of your company are places which have an impact ultimately in terms of your customers, right? Quick example of that is, for instance, if your product, say you're running a mobile app and you have a bunch of notifications which the product team is pushing for because that drives user engagement, right? But at the same time, maybe your marketing team, who isn't talking to your product team, also wants to push their own notifications to users. Now, end of the day, what happens is that your customer or your user gets spammed with 15 notifications and then just chooses to disable notifications on your particular app. So you're essentially losing that channel because you're not looking at design holistically across your organization, right? The perfect example and perhaps the cliched example of an integrated design organization is Apple. I believe, Johnny, I've spent a year and a half working on the design of their campus because ultimately they believed that design played such a fundamental role that they needed their physical space to also have design thinking applied to it, so that all the things that, collaboration, and I think, if I remember correctly, he talks about how the most important thing was to be able to see the trees, right? So I guess when you have $1 trillion in value, you can prioritize the trees versus polishing your mock-ups. Right? So yeah, supporting the entire journey, right? The other thing is that I think, and as designers, I think we're really responsible for this, right? Is that we don't always look at all aspects of scale, right? We spend a lot of time on what I call surface of design. So we spend a lot of time thinking about colors, about typography, about this layout versus that layout. And we don't think enough about how does design play a role across my entire organization, right? How does this impact the way that my brand is perceived, right? So the rough demarcations, the big picture, where looking at everything and how does design impact this, to going into things like structure, right? How do I frame my design briefs? Are my design job descriptions being written appropriately? Am I getting the right people in? To things then, and then moving down to strategy. So flows between your app, information architecture, service design. So looking at how does the, if you're large enough to split your offering into multiple pieces, does your login experience have similar characteristics to your checkout flows, for instance? Right? And then finally, of course, you do need to do really, really good surface work as well. You need to spend a lot of time thinking about the craft and art of what your offering finally looks like. Right? So design needs to effectively deliver at all of these levels to be effective. The other problem with design is that we don't have clear-cut standards for saying that this is good design and this is bad design, right? There's many different ways to measure it. It's often subjective. It's like, I like this. It's often about who has the loudest voice in the room. At least technology has some metrics, right? You can talk about, okay, code has 20% more bugs than it used to. You can talk about this page is 40% quicker than it used to be last week, and that's a clear improvement. Right? Whereas with design, it's very difficult to have clear, hard metrics, and to be, unless you often have post-facto metrics. So you say that, okay, this page performed better in conversion than the previous iteration of it. But you don't necessarily have a metric at the time of delivery. You can't necessarily say, okay, this is objectively better than this screen, right? So it's really important for the design organization to create meaningful standards to measure themselves by, and then to stick to those standards, right? And not dilute them over time. We need to externally articulate them constantly so that people know what to expect. Other teams know that, okay, until things are at this particular level of quality, it will not be shipped. And I think this is universal, but in design, all other parts of the organization will perhaps unintentionally discourage this level of quality, right? Raise your hands if you've heard any of this. I need this yesterday. Can you just put this quick fix in? Can you make the logo bigger? Why do you need so many people, right? These are not unusual things to hear. And it's not even poorly intentioned. It's just the way that organizations are structured, right? And so you need design to be able to uphold and stick to their standards of quality, right? The other part is that you need to value delivery over perfection. And this is the only time I've taken some animation liberties. But yeah, you've heard about real artists ship, right? As designers, I do think we have a tendency to get bogged down into getting things perfect, right? And we need to move towards getting stuff out on a far more regular basis, right? The idea of continuous delivery, which exists in software programming, needs to also be present in design. We need to have continuous design through this thing. And I think if you were there earlier for Abhinav's talk, where he's talking about Figma, that's a good example of continuous design. There's no, this is ready, but you can jump in and look at it at any point in time, regardless of where within the organization chart you fall, right? The other aspect of this is that it reduces the stress of the launch, which is often a scary thing. If you have continuous design delivery, then you're not worried about this large launch which goes out, which is, looming on the horizon, probably, late, and where you have to get things exactly perfect. The concept of something being ready to ship rather than something being done is a critical concept, right? If it's ready, let it go out there. And the good thing about the medium in which we all work is that there's room for improvement, room for iteration, which can always happen even after something is done. So, coming to the last bit about the foundations which require, which effective design orgs will require. And this is something that designers naturally chafe at, right? Having managers, having management. It's often seen as process which hinders me. But this is something I believe very, very strongly, that for the long-term health of an organization or of a team, you need not just design management, but you need good design management, right? You need management to think about what is professional growth look like for all members of my team. you need people to look at what makes my team happy and effective. How do you ensure that you don't get disillusioned while being a designer? Right? So the 4 points that I think make sense here are, again, the H in HR, right? We're all humans, treat people like they are and not as resources, right? The sort of linking back to the earlier point, design doesn't have as much definition as other disciplines, right? What's the difference? I don't know what the difference between a UX, UI, service, creative technologist, product designer, any other titles that you can think of, right? User experience programmer. I don't know, I've heard like 30 titles for people who fundamentally do similar things, right? And that often corresponds to salaries, to compensation, etc. So we need to be flexible around things like titles and ladders and be willing for different paths to, for people to kind of grow through, right? The other part is design is often an understaffed or overstaffed, right? So if you're understaffed, then design team is just stressed out a lot and not delivering effectively. And if you're probably overstaffed, then people don't have much to do. And I think that designers especially want to see their work go out into the world. That impacts that a lot. Is there a budget for education? Because design, like technology, is an extremely fast-moving field. The kinds of design tools that I know about and I've used are rapidly becoming obsolete. I believe that today, if I want to be really effective, I have to learn JavaScript and be, making prototypes in Framer now. So the other thing that's also hard is to allow team members to also move to other positions or other disciplines, right? That's also a reasonable growth path to expect. And that's something that, say somebody who started as, say, somebody who's working on content, now wants to move into design. An effect, or rather a healthy design org would be one that allows that transition and growth. The other thing that I think that design teams do poorly and which we could do a lot better is to have far more diversity in terms of people's perspectives and backgrounds, right? The thing I see all around me is that design teams often look very, very similar, right? And it's really simple. Build a team that looks like yourself. That's easy, that's safe, that's comfortable. You know how this person works. You know what motivates them, what drives them. You can make the same kinds of jokes. Everybody gets along. But unfortunately, design requires divergent thinking, right? Design is one of those few, not few areas, but I believe divergent thinking is fundamental to coming up with really, really strong design, right? Especially in India, where you have so many degrees of diversity that aren't being fulfilled, right? Gender is one large area which design does a little bit better than engineering, but not much. The others are even harder, right? There's caste in India, there's class, there's people's orientations, there's religious diversity, there's also language diversity, right? Most of the design teams I work with all speak, or design teams I've seen, English is the lingua franca. But the intended audiences, especially in a country like India, are far, far different from that. And that has a huge influence, right? If you create a diverse team, that also helps ensure that your assumptions and biases are at least questioned, right? And that ensures that, for instance, if you have a design team which is all male, all between the ages of, say, 20 and 30, you're going to get a particular set of design solutions. And those design solutions may make certain assumptions about, say, how comfortable people are with technology, or what's important in people's lives, etc. And this is hard, right? You have to ensure that you have to remove bias, which is present. It's you have to remove bias in recruitment. You have to remove bias when you're hiring, when you're promoting people, even when people are growing within the organization. But it's key. The other aspect is how much collaboration happens and how do you create that space for collaboration, right? And by collaboration, I mean that feedback is encouraged, right? Feedback is both encouraged to be made as well as to be taken. Mistakes are encouraged, right? Mistakes are really, really important. You know, as somebody who's been doing design for a while now, I will tell you that it's very rare that you know that a design is right when you put it out there, right? There is a lot of experimentation, a lot of mistakes, which you need to have that space to make that. With collaboration, you need to ensure that there's sort of a critical piece of ensuring a collaborative environment is that there's respect, right? There's respect for each other, that feedback happens in a way which is frank, because that's really, really key. But you're not compromising your quality standards for this. There's this whole idea of creative aberration, where you have divergent perspectives and you fight them out to ensure that the best solution comes forward. Again, you know, going back a little bit to the previous slide, how do you ensure that, how do you create structures that ensure that all the voices are heard and not just the loudest voice, or, you know, the person who leads the organization finally says, let's do it this way. Jumping into the last bit, how do you ensure that operations happens effectively, right? And because design typically emerges from a very sort of creative, loose space, operations is often something that's overlooked, but it's really important to ensure that you constantly remove what I call the sand from the gears so that things move smoothly, people can do the best work that they can, right? So that's really important. Basic things like coordination, file management, access to hardware, software, whether people are, you know, have reasonable working hours. These are all key parts of operations which need to be taken care of. So essentially, this is a, you know, sort of, if we sort of look back at these three things, we need to move away from, you know, sort of very crude productivity metrics, like how many designs have I made this week, right? It's almost as meaningful as asking how many lines of code did you write this week, right? Treat people like humans, and it's especially important here because in some sense as designers, we exploit our own humanity, right? Because the way that we work is that we take that empathy that we feel for people, or we build systems to create empathy for other people, and then we convert it into our design products. So since we're doing this so often, it's really important that the organization ensures that designers are treated like people. So I'm going to pause here for a sec because I think this is a good time to, if there are questions, and if not, I'll jump into the evolution of design orgs and a bunch of ways to get from zero to many. Yeah. So I think somebody has a question up there.
Hey, so two questions. One is, how do you ensure, or how have you ensured the baseline of objective quality in the design work? And secondly, what checks and processes one needs to put in place in order to make sure that the highest paid person's opinion, or hippo, does not take precedence over everything else?
Cool. Great questions. I think I'll start with the second one. So often when we are asked to approach a design problem, right, we jump into like one of the first processes that people jump into is this one called brainstorming, right? And I think brainstorming is awful, right? It's fundamentally broken. It doesn't allow for great solutions to come out, and it prioritizes the loudest voice in the room, or, you know, the person at the top of the pecking order, his or her solution to be prioritized. There are lots of ways in which you can change that. For instance, if you are familiar with the design sprint, I don't know if some of you have run them or been part of them. There's this whole concept of there's a really nice phrase that they use, which is escaping me at the moment, but essentially brainstorming quietly together, right? So there's a actual exercise where everybody comes up with solutions to a particular problem on their own, and after that, the solutions are, you know, maybe put up on a wall, for instance, and then you can go and look at which aspects of which solutions you like, and then there's a bit of a voting process, etc., which happens, right? That's a small way to ensure that the loudest voice doesn't always sort of win. The other way is also ensuring that, you know, the small things like ensuring that everybody is heard. You know, we do really silly, ritualistic almost things like, you know, giving somebody a particular object, and only when they're holding the object can they actually speak, right? It's a shortcut to ensure that everybody gets heard, but it actually works. It works much better than just allowing anybody to sort of say something. I think the other thing is also in terms of how you structure and ask for critique and feedback, right? And that's a whole other topic. Like, we could go into 30 minutes just talking about structuring critique. Like I said, right, one of the underpinnings has to be respect. The others have, because only when you have respect can you have really frank feedback. And only if you have really frank feedback can you ensure that you're not diluting your quality standards. Right? So that's sort of a stab at your second question. The first one is harder. And the way that, I don't know if there's, you know, as many different ways as there are organizations. The way that we particularly have solved it, or are trying to look at this, is by saying, has your design been looked at by somebody else, right? Have you worked on this with another designer, for instance? So we've borrowed the concept of pair programming from, you know, extreme programming and mentors like Nilenso, etc. And we've applied that to design. So we do pair design. We also then ensure that we build in user testing into all our cycles before saying that this is ready, right? So everything goes through a round where it's exposed to actual people, we look at their reactions, and then we iterate on that, right? So it's not as subjective, hopefully, than it is, yeah. Does that answer roughly? Okay, cool. Any more questions? Otherwise, I'm going to jump into this part of the talk. So this is stage one, right? Oh, okay, I'll run. Stage one is the initial pair, right? And this is really, really important that you always, that when you start, you have two people working together. You have somebody who leads the team, and you have somebody like a product designer, right? This will be a little bit more relevant towards digital design because that's what we do. It's really important to have these roles as distinct, separate ones, so that, if you remember, we talked about delivering at all levels of scale, so that both people can think at the levels of scale that they're suited to, right? You have enough time for the head of design to start thinking about prioritization, about planning, how do these requirements match what needs to be done in the future. And you have a product designer who can actually go really, really deeply into the craft of how does this look and work and so on, right? Yeah, so there's, these are kind of the characteristics, right? They need to be creative, they have managerial roles, they have operational roles, but they're still a maker at this size, right? You're two people, you still have to be a maker, right? From two, you slowly go towards stage two, which is a full team. And this is roughly what that looks like, right? You still have that head of design. You have now, say, 3 to 4 product designers, right? This is still a sort of a manageable number. We found that teams of roughly 6 to 7 are roughly how many, roughly as large as a design team can take without needing further management input, right? We're introducing 2 new roles at this point as well. You have a communication designer. So that's somebody who, who works on collateral. It could be somebody who works on illustrations. It could be marketing materials. It could be, you know, graphic design broadly. The other important role at this size that we've noted is a content strategist, right? Our interfaces are full of words, right? That's 50% of the available screen real estate. And it's really important to think about how those words are crafted for us. And as the previous talk also talked about, as voice is becoming an increasingly important part of design, you do need to have somebody who is thinking about how tonality, how do you basically communicate different states of a machine to people using language. Right? Then we jump through, from a team to an organization. So this is where we were at. And basically what we do is we double this, right? So one of these product designers, actually it could be anybody, right? One of the people within the team typically grows into a team lead kind of role. And we establish a second team, which the person who's heading design, then oversees in more detail. Yeah, so there has to be some people skills, but they do have domain expertise, so they're still respected as a maker themselves. Right? The other role that we introduce at this stage is the one of a user researcher, or a UX researcher, right? And the job of a UX researcher is to take the sort of output of the team to eventual users and look at how they respond to it, right? So there's generative aspects, there's evaluative aspects, right? So evaluative is looking at how things work. Generative is actually going in and saying, hey, these are potential areas to solve problems in, right? So this is the part at which things start getting tricky. I call this stage coordination and complexity. This is where we sort of left the team. And now we're going to grow it by saying, okay, we're going to introduce a new role, which is a design manager, who is now completely responsible for that team, right? The head of design does not play a role at all in managing that team. And we kind of scale it up, right? So roughly, you can sort of roughly build a team of this size without needing too much more management, right? So you have about 2 or 3 management level people. You double the size of your user research team. And then you add 2 more roles, right? There's what I call a service designer, and then there's a program manager. Because at this size, you've probably got unwieldy enough that you need somebody to do all those operational tasks full time. And you also have a service designer who ties the work that all these 3 teams are doing together. So if there's one team which is, let's go back to our e-commerce example, there's one team which is looking at login, there's another team which is looking at the product page, and the last team which is looking at checkout. You need to have one person who sort of says, hey, how do these 3 things work together, and are the flows between them seamless enough, right? Yeah, strategy and structure, yeah. Then finally, we move to a larger design org, where essentially the leadership becomes far more distributed, right? So we sort of left people here, and oops. We get to this, right? Which looks really colorful, but is really interesting. And actually, I'm just going to jump back one. Sorry, didn't realize I'd left my animations in. Essentially, what we're doing now is we're going to double this, right? And we introduce a new role, which is the design director, who plays the same role as the head of design in the last stage, right? So they're managing one team. And then there's another design director who manages another team. The research team now has gone to 4 people, so it probably needs somebody who's head of research, who looks at how does that team actually grow much further, look at their professional development, right? The only new role, yeah, we have a bunch of other things, right? We have another service designer to tie everything even more strongly together. You probably need 2 or 3 program managers at this point in time. So there are 2 new roles at this stage of a organization evolution that you're talking about, right? One is a creative technologist, and this is a really fun and interesting role, where essentially this is somebody who's perhaps doing prototyping full time. Now, if any of you were there for Srihari talk, we talked about how we're building, Simple, this product called Simple, with a sort of a subset of the features of the main app, and it could be completely throwaway, right? A person who's doing creative technologist could be somebody who's looking at prototyping, could be building these experiments lanes out, etc. And we're also introducing a new role, which is the creative director. Now, what happens at this scale of an organization is that the head of design is unlikely to be actually able to look at craft and how best to enforce quality standards. So you now do need to have somebody who can actually look at, is this work the most are we, really going deep into the craft of all our distinct areas? So there are a couple of distinct areas, right? There's product design, there's content strategy, there's communication, there's research, and there's creative technology. The creative director will sort of look at and chart out a growth or set quality standards for all of these different teams, right? Yeah, so creative leadership. And then this person, the head of research, leads the research team, is this basically hub for a bunch of insights. So anytime the leadership wants to know answers to a particular problem, this is possibly who they would approach, right? And there's a creative technology. So these are quickly the design roles that exist, divided between leadership and an individual contributor, right? So that's essentially sort of a roadmap to scale. And depending on your needs in your organization, it will look different for you, right? If you're an organization, say, which has a lot of physical events, maybe you have a lot more communication designers, right? You have people who are working on, say, physical space design, like the design of this event and banners and standees and so on. If you're somebody who does a lot more digital stuff, maybe you have more product designers. Maybe you have teams of 6 rather than 5 or 4, right? So there's plenty of variation that this model actually allows for. I think the key thing that I'm trying to talk about here is the support that you need at different levels as you grow your team along this path. So, any questions so far on this? I think we're running out of time, so I'm jumping through a bunch of things. I'm not going to talk about professional growth and design hiring, but if you do want to talk to me about either of these things, feel free. We can chat outside. There's lots of stuff here, right? This to unpack. If you're interested in any of these areas, there's a whole bunch of books and journals and things that you can jump into. I'd suggest all of them at different points in time can be interesting. There's quick reads like Design as a Job. There's, sort of manuals like Org Design for Design Orgs. And then there are sort of, the classics like the Mythical Man Month and Cathedral and the Bazaar. All of these have sort of, elements of all of these influence the thinking here and in building orgs, right? So I'm going to stop there. One quick thing, and ask for questions, and we can even open it out to be more discussion oriented if you like. Cool. If you do want to connect with me, I'm on Twitter, and you have my email address as well. Thanks.
Okay, we are done for the Audi 3 thing, and we are wrapping it up. We have the closing keynote in Audi 1 by Arnav on writing the Hasgeek app with native script. So it'll start in. Oh yeah, it's started. It's already started. So till then, bye bye.